there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on. Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Jim Peterson going to join us in about half an hour.
He just did in the open.
He did, absolutely he did. Yeah, I talked to him a little earlier today, so he's going to talk a little Wolves, little Centers, little NBA, so we'll get to that as I diligently try to get my camera all hooked up. What's going on?
What's up, dude? Some Giants news today.
Yeah.
Not just the 8-2 loss. Blake Snell to the, should we call it the disabled? It's still the IL, right? 15-day IL, or should we call it the Phantom IL? What are you going with? I'm going with Phantom IL.
You gonna go with Phantom IL?
I like calling it a Phantom. Yeah.
I mean, give me your theory.
Well, he's been rough.
I thought the same thing, but I didn't really have a great theory. Yeah, I mean,
like he may very well could have tweaked something, like for all we know. But usually, if it's something like if there's not a really serious specific thing out there, and it's a 15-day full stint, to me, this might have been hey, we ramped you up. This whole process was different than you've ever gone through in the past. We've been looking for you to throw innings for us. You haven't been as sharp as we need you to be. Clearly, something's off right now. Why don't you take some time? Maybe throw on the side for a while. Maybe he'll do a simulated game. I don't know if they'll put him in a rehab start or something like that, but probably just an opportunity to get him more stability or more balance. Because, I mean, this whole process has just got to feel weird, I'm sure, right? You sign with a team, didn't know where you were going to go. Now you sign with a team. Guy's probably not unpacked any boxes yet, right? Doesn't know if he'll be here through the remainder of a 2-year deal. Could opt out after this year. I mean, the whole thing is just sort of funky. So it is early enough in the season. The team's weathered the storm, I think, okay. They have enough pitching right now with the way Keaton Wynn has gone and the way that Jordan Hicks has gone. Seems to me that this is a way that the Giants feel like we can get the best out of our investment, the best and the most out of our investment, if we give him an opportunity to right himself without having the pressures of in-game play right now. Again, if this whole thing doesn't work out and you pay $60-something million for 2 years, I'm kind of whatever on that. To me, this is the kind of move I still want to see the team make. I want to see them get aggressive and get a guy like this. Don't forget last year, he started didn't he start 1-5 or something last year? 1-6, finished 16-9. Like, he had a really rough start to last year as well. And so if this is a way for them to say, hey, he's been through this before, let's settle him down and figure out a way to get him into some rhythm, I'm all for it. Now, maybe it's an injury, but I'm really not concerned that it is an injury of any severity.
Yeah, I mean, that would be best case scenario, what you laid out. I had thought of that as well. Because the I don't know, I think it's adductor, not abductor, right? It's
adductor strain. Adductor,
yeah, it's like
ADD.
It's like inside of the thigh, kind of like a growing, but a little lower than the growing.
Good way to not make anybody scared it's an arm or an elbow or anything, too. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? They used to go with tendonitis. Remember that was the one?
Yes.
She's got elbow tendonitis. If you don't want to say anything now with the arm, it'll freak people out.
No, nothing. No shoulders, no elbows, no nothing.
So what's
wrong with that groin?
That's exactly it. That's what we're trying to say. Is there anything wrong with the adductor? And maybe it is. You know what? Maybe there is a tweak, and maybe that's why he's been off. And that's part of it, too, is if you've got a soft tissue thing like that, make sure you're right, because pitching is such fine-tuned mechanics that if you start, favoring one side or doing something a little bit different, he's a guy whose location is already an issue, right? You start taking different strides or start stopping your plant foot differently, or you start taking care of something like that, or trying to favor something because you have a tweak, then things can go haywire. So maybe it is a tweak to the adductor, but it doesn't sound like it's anything serious. I'm really not too worried about it.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, like I've been saying forever, they should have got Montgomery.
Yeah, I was thinking Ohtani myself and then Yamamoto, but then I was with you, Montgomery over Snell, yeah. That's what we were both saying all offseason.
He's had 2 starts. This is the guy that didn't start either. He has 2 starts, 2 gems. Like, nah, we're good. Who needs spring training? We're all good. No, I mean, look, if he's going to go out there and throw like he's been throwing, it's better he misses anyway. I mean, he's been, be honest, he's been awful. Like, he has been a 5th starter. That's about the level to where he's pitching. So if he needs to get right, better that than going out there and throwing like that again. Because he was giving him no chance.
I don't need that, yeah.
No, nobody needs that. He doesn't need it. They don't need it. And look at the bright side. The worse he pitches, the better chance he'll sign for next year.
I told you.
It's like,
yeah, great.
Like,
good.
Hey, buy my picks. If I go 0-9, you get the season free. Well, great. What do I want the season free for? You suck. I don't want your season free.
First prize 1 year of Snell. Second prize 2 years of Snell. That's how it works.
I don't want your picks. I don't need your picks. So, no, I'm with you.
The good news is you're fired.
But what's so funny is
I'm not. It's not that. It's the injury, lack thereof. Whether it's not an injury, that really doesn't concern me. It's just like, okay, you got to get back to pitching like you pitched last year at some point. And I know he is a slow starter, notorious slow starter, and I figured this year probably wouldn't be any different. But I mean, there's a difference between slow starter and just, well below replacement level starter. Like, there's a difference between that, and they weren't even staying in games when he was in there, and it was laborsome just to get through like 4 innings. So
laborious.
Yeah, whatever. Laborious, not laborsome.
Laborsome. Right? I was like, oh, that's a weird one.
Yeah, that's not a word. I just made that up. I always know it too when I say something, and like I go, that's not a word. That's just not a word. So yeah, whatever. That's fine. And it's funny because just yesterday I was talking about Keaton Wynn and like, well, if/when the rotation is healthy, they're going to have a decision to make. Like, very rarely does that decision ever come because things have a tendency to work themselves out. They just do. Like, we said that. We've said it with the Warriors so many times. Well, man, they're going to be super if they, and they just don't.
Nope.
That's sports. I mean, you never can count on like everybody being healthy at the same time. I mean, great problem to have, but rarely do you have that problem. Usually things have a tendency to work themselves out again, and it happens. And here you go. Who knows how long he'll be out? But this is the way it goes, and this is why you want to have some depth. Now, it'd be nice when Cobb gets back, and that sounds like it's probably still 3 weeks, 2-3 weeks,
because he had the setback.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a little while. So,
well, you may not matter as long as Logan Webb's going like 7 or 8 every time out. This guy,
dude,
he's
been nailed.
This guy's the best pitcher in baseball right now, at least through the first month of the season. I mean, he's pitched more innings than anybody. He's got now 4 straight starts of at least 7 innings. He goes 8 more last night, 4 strikeouts and 1 walk, and it's the way he's doing it, the effectiveness and the efficiency in which he's pitching, because like he allows you to believe that even if the game were still being managed in the god awful way that Gabe Kapler used to manage it, I mean, today it kind of felt like in the beginning, but we all were like, it's okay. We saw Logan Webb last night go 8. We know we'll see another starting pitcher tomorrow. Today's opener, it wasn't even an opener. It was a bullpen game today, which they had to go with because of the IL stint now for Blake Snell. But he allows you to believe that even if the game were being managed in the way that it had been the last few years, he would still be a 200-plus innings guy because there's no reason you don't leave him out there. He continues to get guys out, and he's throwing fewer fastballs than anybody. It's crazy.
I love now that we're at the point in baseball we actually distinguish between an opener and a bullpen game.
Well, that's where I'm at. I have to distinguish it because it wasn't.
They're different. I mean, the opener is like the first inning, maybe 2, and then you have your bulk innings guy. He goes with the opener. It's like peanut butter and jelly. The opener goes with the bulk innings guy. And the bullpen guy is just kind of like a hodgepodge of like dudes that are going to pitch, and like it could be 2 innings. It could be two-thirds.
Peanut butter and jelly. I like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
The bulk guy goes with the opener. Hey, your bulk guy's in my opener. No,
Exactly.
my opener's in my bulk guy.
Yeah, you don't know what you're getting with you don't know what you're getting with the bullpen guy.
Yeah.
The bullpen guy is kind of like a trail mix, right?
Yeah,
it's just
right.
like you get a handful and you're not sure exactly what's going to be in there. I mean, it could be some peanuts, there could be some M&Ms, there could be some pretzels, it could be some sunflower seeds.
It could be all almonds in this handful. It might be
you
all
don't
that.
know.
Yeah,
You don't know what handful you're going to get. It could be different every single handful. But the bulk innings guy goes with the opener. So the opener, they go, okay, he's going to pitch this much, and then the bulk innings guy is going to pitch this much, and then we'll get to our regular, bullpen, depending on where we are at in the game. The bullpen is just like, well, these are kind of the guys we're thinking about going, but not really exactly sure what's gonna happen with this. It's just funny to me that like they're kind of the same, but not really the same at all.
It's a totally
just
different beast, dude. It's completely different.
That's where we're at now. Oh no, this isn't a bullpen game. This is an opener / bulk inning, dude. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it.
It's like Ryan Walker's the 8th inning guy, but he was also the opener today, or the bullpen starter today, right? Which is
the bullpen starter.
The irony is they faced Sean Manaea, who, by the way, last year.
Bro, who?
Yeah, exactly.
Who was? I saw him on the mound. I'm like, who is that?
It's totally different, right?
Holy smokes.
Dude, he was pitching.
He has like no air.
And he was throwing well, too. I mean, he struck out the side to start the game. It was funny. I leaned over, I was sitting with Marcus Boucher and Young Tony and Jacob Violante, and I was like, man, I remember him doing this for us last year. And Jacob goes, that's because he was coming into the 4th last year, remember? I was like, dude, that's a great point. He wasn't starting ball games. The Giants had like 2 guys start games all of last season. So Logan Webb last year led Major League Baseball, 220 innings pitched. Bob Melvin was asked about this last night after the game, where he goes 8 more against the Mets. 4 consecutive starts now of at least 7 or more innings pitched. Here's Bob Melvin on if he could surpass 220.
It would be one thing if he was a 97, 98 guy. As far as the velocity goes, he's not. He's conditioned to do it. He was in great shape coming into camp. We'll see where it goes. We're still early in the season. And maybe at some point in time, depending on the way he feels, we'll probably cut down some pitch counts. But at this point, seems pretty good.
I mean, he's the type of guy who I think my favorite, like when I was a kid, my favorite things that would have happen was when teams would go in on rental players. Like, because teams used to do that. Like in the 90s and the early 2000s, even midway through the 2000s, teams were not afraid to mortgage their future to go in on a player.
Beltran.
The Giants did it every single year, like tried to go get a piece. They went and they got Kenny Lofton. They went and they got Sidney Ponson. While it doesn't work out every time, you try to get guys who are going to help you in your areas of need. And both of those guys helped the Giants continue what was already looking like a playoff run. Kenny Lofton helped him get there even while Bonds was hurt. But one of my favorites ever was the CeCe Sabathia trade to the Brewers.
Yep.
Do you remember? I think he was with them from trade deadline till the end of the season, and they ran him out there like every 3 days for like a month and a half. Dude.
Yeah, I think he pitched 200 innings with the Brewers.
He might have done something crazy like that. But Logan Webb is the kind of guy where how many pitchers in baseball now do you have faith in at the end of a season if you're like, we need you to go every 3 right now? Because there's sometimes that'll happen where they're like, to get us in, we need you to go every 3 days, or we're going to pitch on short rest for a couple of weeks here at the end of a season. Logan Webb, to me, and if you manage the innings that way, he's a type of guy, because of what Bob Melvin's saying there, that I believe could do that. There's not many of them.
Yeah. No. I mean, I said probably, 2 years ago or so, that if I needed to win one game in baseball, it would be Jacob deGrom. He has the filthiest stuff in the game. Problem is he never pitches. If you were to ask me right now, if they're healthy, who would I take for one game, deGrom or Webb? It'd still be deGrom. I'd still take deGrom over anybody if he were healthy. But if you're asking me who I'd rather have for a season, I'll absolutely take Webb over deGrom, because I'm pretty sure Webb's going to be healthy. I'm pretty sure Webb's going to give me 180 innings, if not 200, if not 210. I have no idea if deGrom will ever go past like 6-7 innings. I mean, rarely. I have no idea if a guy will stay healthy. It's like having the Ferrari that's always in the shop. Like, Webb is really good and really dependable.
D4, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But there's something to be said for that. I mean, I'm not just saying he's dependable and he's okay. Like, he's really good, but it's stuff, and we talked about this last week, his stuff isn't like super electric. It's just super efficient and really good, and he's going to be there. It's like you're never in the shop. It's throw him out there, give you the 400,000 miles, and he just keeps on moving, keeps on going, and keeps on giving you consistently quality starts. And there is so much to be said for that, because there are hardly any guys that are doing that anymore. I think Alcantara went over 200 innings when he won the Cy Young that one year, and then he got hurt the next year. I mean, Webb's a guy that looks like he's just picking up where he left off last year, and if you could count on that for 3, 4, 5 years, and I think part of it is because they mentioned it. He's not throwing 97, 98, 99 miles an hour, and there's really some good articles out there right now talking about how pitchers are all chasing velocity, because that's that is what gets paid. And it's a problem in baseball, but nobody knows how to solve it, because teams want velocity and pitchers want to throw as hard as they can, because they realize if they throw as hard as they can, then they're going to get paid. And this is still a job, bottom line. So you want to get paid. So you want to throw hard. But you realize in throwing hard, you're going to be at greater risk for injury. Well, with Webb, it's about pitching. It's about pitching. It's about movement. It's about upsetting the timing of the hitters. It's about location. It's really fun to watch. It really is. I mean, there's something to be said for watching a guy that can throw 96, 97, 98 and just has ungodly breaking stuff. It's like, wow, this is but there's usually a price to be paid with that sort of stuff. And, Webb is he's the guy that's not flashy, just really solid, really dependable, and really good. And I agree with you. He might be the best pitcher in baseball.
Talking pitchers here, yeah.
If you ask casual baseball fans, no one would guess him.
Yeah.
No one would guess him. Because my son actually asked me today, he said, who's the best pitcher in baseball? And I go, well, Webb's probably one of them. And then I had to start thinking, God, who is it? I don't know, Zach Wheeler?
Burns is having a decent start to the year.
Spencer Strider, hurt. Yeah. Gary Strider, Garrett Cole, hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, you start talking about all these guys.
Isn't Corbin Burns?
Corbin Burns, I mentioned him.
Baltimore, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's really, really good. Mentioned him. I was trying to go down the list of who are they nowadays? Who? I mean, I know I mentioned a few others too, and there's some out there that I'm not mentioning. But the point is, we keep looking like Strider's stuff is sick. Cole's stuff is sick. But again, how sick can you be when you're missing games? I mean, You can't be that. And Cole's usually pretty healthy too, and he won the Cy Young last year. So, but I mean, even when Snell's really sick, but he's sick for 6 innings max. Webb just goes out there, you're not going to go, oh, his stuff's sick, but you're going to look up, it's going to be like, oh, he pitched 7 innings today. Oh, he pitched 8 innings today. Didn't hardly walk anybody. Only give up 5 hits.
Yeah.
It's just, again, there's something to be said for that. And I love his mentality. He is just a bulldog. You could tell. And I think probably some of that comes from, he was a quarterback in his high school football team, and he just has that mentality. And he wants the ball. He wants to pitch 9 innings. He wants to be the leader of the staff. He wants to be the ace. He embraces all that stuff. And he just goes out there and flat gets it done. So, no, he is, I guarantee you, he would be a guy. People that know baseball know. But if you don't know baseball, you probably wouldn't know, and I'm sure that's just fine by him.
So I had said 220 innings. That's what the question was about. He actually went 216 last year. He made 33 starts. Logan Webb, 16 of his 33 starts last year, he went 7 innings or more. 27 of the 33, he went 6 innings or more, which is pretty incredible. By the way, everybody do yourself a favor and just go back and check out CC Sabathia's 2008 season when he got traded from Cleveland. He had won the Cy Young the year before. He got traded to Milwaukee. I just pulled up the numbers. First of all, Tom, he didn't quite throw 200 innings with Milwaukee alone, but he gets traded from Cleveland to Milwaukee at the deadline. He made 18 starts with Cleveland.
Okay.
He made 17 with Milwaukee, okay? In the 18 with Cleveland, 122 and a third. In the 17 with Milwaukee, threw 130 and 2/3. So, by the way, he goes 11-2 in 17 starts with Milwaukee. He threw 7 complete games and 3 shutouts, including a complete game on the last day of the season.
Wow!
On the season that year, CC threw 10 complete games and 5 shutouts.
Wow!
That's wild. That's insane. And by the way, the final week of the season, they did throw him 3 times in the final week. He threw September 20, the 24th, and the 28th.
My God.
And he went 5 2/3, 7 and 9 on the final day of the season.
Jeez.
Trying to get Milwaukee in.
And how many combined innings? Was it like 250?
253.
Jeez.
Led the league. CeCe Sabathia, 58 career complete games. Excuse me. I'm wrong. 38 career, 12 shutouts. My mistake.
That's
a wild number.
Incredible.
Led the league multiple times in that category.
Like, no one from this point on will ever have 38 career complete games.
No.
Nobody that's pitching in baseball will have 38 career complete games. Nobody that's in baseball right now that's been playing forever, or I'd have to look at Verlander, but I don't even think he's close to 38. I'm trying to think who in baseball right now could even be.
It'd be Verlander or Scherzer would be the only two who would be close to that.
Yeah, that's right. Scherzer, Verlander, yeah.
Those would be the only guys old enough. And right now, Justin Verlander is at 26, 9 shutouts.
Yeah,
That's
he ain't
pretty
getting
good.
there.
No. You'd have to do it every game. He just can't come back, too. So that ain't happening.
There.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Lots of good baseball talk there. Giants did lose today 8-2, but Logan Webb was the story of last night, picking up a win. Giants do get a series win here. We got plenty more to get into today. We are going to catch up Jim Peterson. You spoke to him earlier. We'll play that for you, talking some Wolves ball. We also are going to talk to Larry Baer a little bit later, then Kerry Crowley coming up at 6 o'clock this evening. I should tell you, we do still have an opportunity for you to win some tickets. Imagine Dragons are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on October 20th of this year. Tune in all week long from the start of the show at 2 normally, but from now until 6 o'clock, we'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win tickets to see Imagine Dragons. Again, October 20th, 2024, furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Like a dungeon dragon.
Pretty good. Pretty good. That's the cue to call. When you hear that again between now and 6 o'clock, call 415-896-KNBR. You're caller 10. You'll win the tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Rules at KNBR.com. When we come on back, what are we doing next? I know our schedule got a little messed up. Oh, Jim Peterson. Little Wolves ball.
The Wolves ball.
Jim Peterson, most notably from our show open. But you'll also hear him next talking Wolves ball. Tolbert and Coach Jim Peterson next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law. Tax, crypto, and estate planning is what they do. Just because somebody's offering you a service for pennies on the dollar doesn't mean it's going to be worth it. When it comes to taxes and estate planning, you want to know you're going to get the job done and get it done right the first time. They can also handle tax issues, late filings, criminal issues, and how to deal with crypto. Who knows? They do. That's why you pay them what you pay them. Set up a consultation. Everything will be transparent. If you have issues, they'll show you how to get out of the mess. They will get you out of the mess. They'll handle your bag of stress. You don't got to worry about them. Let them handle it. Or if you just want to get your taxes done or get estate planning, they can do that as well. Visit sftaxteam.com today. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's always a pleasure to talk a little NBA hoops with one of my best friends, former teammate of mine, and I may not have mentioned this, but he did play in the finals, so we're going to ask him a little bit about centers, because I know he knows what he's talking about, because he played with one of the greatest ones of all time, but right now he's calling games for the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are up 2-0 over the Phoenix Suns in the first round of the NBA playoffs. My good friend Jim Peterson. Petey, what is going on?
I'm just basking in the greatness of Anthony Edwards, Tommy. We've been in the desert here, as you know, in Minnesota. Every time I see you with the Warriors, you guys are winning championships, and we're winning 15 games a year. You're always going to be like, it's going to get better. It's going to get better. Well, it's finally better, and Anthony Edwards is unbelievable, dude. He is unbelievable to watch each and every night.
He was really good last night without even shooting the ball well. I mean, I think that's the next evolution of his game, and we're kind of seeing it. Taking on the challenge to be a good defender, be a leader, be a guy who can distribute the ball. He's not a guy that if he goes out there and goes 6 for 20, he's necessarily going to have a bad game. That's just, it may have been who he was 3 years ago. It's not who he is now.
100%. The growth of his game, I think initially he was just a terrible help side defender. He was a terrible team defender. He had moments of really solid individual one-on-one defensive abilities, but just a clueless weak side defender, which, as you know, can be terrible for your team. And it sometimes keeps you from winning games if you can't be a good weak side defender. And so that was the first hurdle. The next hurdle was becoming a better playmaker and making others better. And, it's one of the things that Phil Jackson, changed about Michael Jordan's game when Jordan was winning all the scoring championships. He said, in order for us to go to the next level, you got to get your teammates involved. And so Ant was being, they're loading up on Ant, this Phoenix Suns team. They've been expending a lot of people. So they're getting into gaps against Ant. So he likes to drive left. If the primary defender is forcing him left, there's gap help to his left. If he gets back to his right hand, there's gap help there. And so they're expending 3 guys on Anthony Edwards, and he's making other people better. So, Jaden McDaniels last night, was, if you watch the game, Jaden had the game of his career last night. Defensively, Jaden's been so good, but offensively, Anthony Edwards really helped him become a much better scorer in that game.
Yeah, I thought it was him. The keys to the game, and I want to get to one of them in a minute, but the keys to the game I thought offensively were him and Conley. Conley was coming off a brutal game, but the vet that he is, he knows what was needed. He sees that Edwards is not off to a great start. Cat's in foul trouble. And he's just like the consummate, what do you need? Not that he can give it to you every night, but like, okay, what do you need? What do I need to do tonight? Do I need to distribute? Do I need to set picks? Do I need to score a little bit more? And to have that veteran leadership out there, McDaniels was fantastic, but I really thought Conley kind of held it within striking distance early in that game, hit some big threes, got to the rim a few times, left hand, right hand. I love his professionalism, and I thought he was just a big key, like his kind of sensing what was needed at the moment last night and providing it.
The big thing for Mike, for us, is that, it's such an upgrade over D'Angelo Russell. D'Lo is such a, we're seeing in Los Angeles what he can do with the Lakers. We're seeing him score. He can shoot it. He can score in bunches, but D'Lo is a defensive liability. He's also he was not the greatest teammate all the time either. He's got a moodiness to his game, as you know. You work firsthand with D'Lo. It might be one of the greatest transformations. The other thing too with Mike is that when Minnesota made the trade for Rudy Gobert, when Rudy was playing with D'Lo, there was such a disdain between them. I don't think there was any chemistry whatsoever. D'Lo never figured out a way to get Rudy the basketball. And you know what, Tommy? Like, there were times I think when Rudy was complaining that D'Lo wasn't able to throw lobs to him and to make life easier for himself, there were times where D'Lo would sabotage Rudy, like saying, "Oh, you want the basketball?" And he'd give it to him early, and kind of,
where he couldn't do anything
Rudy
with
over.
it. Yep.
And, yeah, exactly. Or throw it too low and it would bounce off Rudy's hands or his ankles or something. And I think he was doing it on it almost seemed like he was doing it on purpose, With Mike, though, Mike is the guy that unlocked Rudy. When their time together in Utah, when Minnesota acquired that trade, is probably one of the best trades in Timberwolves history, trading D'Angelo Russell for Mike Conley and Nickeil Alexander-Walker, because Nickeil now has become, an elite-level on-ball defender and help defender. But Mike unlocking Rudy made the Gobert trade work, and that's a huge, thing for us.
Yeah. That's probably not a great thing if you're D'Angelo Russell. You're part of two great trades, but you're part of the greatness is a team getting rid of you. Because you want to talk about a great trade. The Warriors, when they traded D'Angelo Russell to the T-Wolves, got Wiggins and they got Jonathan Kuminga with the pick. I mean, that was an incredible pick. And then what you guys got trading him away as well. So here's what I noticed last night, and I didn't get it. I watched enough of the Timberwolves this year, but I didn't watch them closely, and I didn't watch all the games against Phoenix. Everybody kept saying that Phoenix 3-0 against them. It's a great matchup for them. And I actually picked the Timberwolves just because I was being contrarian. I go, these guys are still really, really good. And I know Cat didn't play in one of the games late in the season. So here's the one thing I don't know, though. And you see all the games, you do all the games. I was really surprised the first couple games at Rudy Gobert and Cat's ability to get out and defend. Because that used to be the whole thing, like drop coverage, you can shoot jumpers, and I assume that's why people thought, Phoenix just going to pick him apart. Durant's going to hit pull-up jumper after pull-up jumper, so is Booker. Beal's going to be a guy in the corner doing his thing. But these guys are getting out and defending, and it's really clogging up the defense. And I think Gobert and Cat have done a fantastic job out on the perimeter. Because, as you know, big guys don't like to get out on the perimeter. They get exposed. They're not quick enough. But these guys are putting in the effort. They're moving their feet. They're making it tough on guys. Phoenix is basically hurrying everything at the rim. But that's the one thing. I don't know if they've been doing it all year. You guys have been doing it all year. You did it against Phoenix when you played them early on. But that really jumped out to me last night, that both bigs were getting out on the perimeter and saying, okay, let's go. You ain't getting those free jumpers.
Well, and that's the thing. No one's ever confused Karl Anthony Towns as being an elite level defender. This is a completely new narrative. But I think the defensive focus on this team and Chris Finch is willing to experiment and do things, and he's also willing to challenge guys. And so we didn't put Cat on Durant during the regular season. Cat never guarded Kevin Durant. And so, that was one of the big switch-ups in Game 1 was putting Cat on Durant, and then the switchability between, all of our players. And so Cat is switching, Rudy's switching. And the other thing, Rudy was so adamant about doing it the Utah Jazz way. When he came, because he had so much success as a Jazz player under Quinn Snyder, everything was channeling. They channeled, because they were such horrible defenders. Royce O'Neal was really the only A defender they had during that whole run in Utah. And so everything was, Rudy was the whole entire defensive ecosystem for the Jazz, and they were elite level. So that whole scheme worked. That's why both Rudy and Quinn were geniuses, because they took that terrible defensive team and made it number one in the NBA. And so Rudy wanted to continue that same vein. But Chris Finch is like, look, Rudy, I understand what you did in Utah was great, but you need to come along and do some of the things that we want to do, because we have elite-level perimeter defenders. We don't need you to do everything for us. We need you to do some things on the perimeter. And so Rudy never wanted to get out and play in isolation. He never wanted to switch. He didn't want to get up and guard. And Chris Finch is it's great coaching, but it's also a credit to Rudy for buying in, and he is really, really good. So for people that don't watch us, like when I listen to Shaq and Charles and Kenny talk about our team, I'm like,
why would you do that?
You guys, well, I'm just saying that, but people listen to them. People listen to what they have to say, and I'm saying if you don't think Rudy Gobert is Defensive Player of the Year, if you think Wembanyama is Defensive Player of the Year because he blocked a few shots. You don't understand basketball, because Rudy Gobert is basically quarterbacking our defense, and it's the number one defense in the NBA. And we would not be as good as we are without Rudy Gobert. He absolutely 100% deserves to be Defensive Player of the Year.
Hey, trust me, Jim. We're talking Jim Peterson, color analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Nice of him for joining us. I love all those guys. I don't listen to them when it comes to basketball. I listen to them for entertainment purposes.
Exactly.
I watch
That's
more.
100% true. Yeah.
I watch more basketball on a weekend than those guys probably watch all year. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness gracious! Let me ask you. We were talking about this a couple days ago, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it since you played with Akeem for a few years down in Houston. You played in that era. How do you look at Jokic versus some of the greatest centers of all time?
I mean, it's a great question. You know, the last time we played Denver, we're in Denver, and Jokic is basically just tearing us apart. He's post-up opportunities. He's unguardable because if you double team him, he's going to pick you apart assist-wise. He's so great at the top of the circle. He's so great at handoff action. He's so good at bringing the ball up the floor and initiating offense and just playing basketball. Like, you literally don't even need to really play call with him. Yeah. And, the Jamal Murray Jokic two-man game is basically unguardable.
Sick.
Defensively, he's not a sieve. Defensively, he still gives you tremendous effort, and he's very effective defensively, good defensive rebounder. Like, I was just saying to Grady, my broadcast partner, I was like, you know what? I said I've seen Jokic play his entire career, and he's been matched up with Karl Anthony Towns the whole time. And I said I'd really come down. I didn't think I'd ever be able to say this, but Shaquille O'Neal probably, in my estimation, I never saw Wilt play, but Shaquille O'Neal was the most dominant center I had ever laid eyes on.
Yeah.
I think Jokic is more dominant than Shaq is. Like, just game in and game out, the way that he wins games, the way that he's completely unstoppable. There's really nobody that can stop him. And I think that we might be the only team that can literally stop him because of Towns, his size, and because of Kyle Anderson and the people we can throw him with. Jokic having to deal with Rudy Gobert as a weak side defender, we might be the only team that can defend him on any level. But I agree with you 100%, Tommy. Like, the defensive dominance of Olajuwon is a little bit of a separator for me.
Sure.
Because Akeem was like Michael Jordan. He was dominant on both ends of the floor. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, elite level dominant, like greatest of all time, like, level.
Yeah.
So I've got a hard time putting him over Olajuwon. I don't know. Dream was so good, but I'm saying Jokic is up there with, in my mind, with Wilt and Russell and Kareem and Dream. Yep. He's up there on that level with those guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's just watching him play is absolutely it's insane. His offense, it comes so easy to him, and he just picks guys apart. And you're right, that two-man game with him and Murray is just absolutely devastating. Absolutely devastating. What has jumped out at you aside? I know we got to run here in a second, but what's jumped out at you aside from your guys' games watching the playoffs so far? Is it Lakers being close but not quite good enough? It seems like that's a case against the Nuggets with them all the time. They can match up well with them for about 47 minutes, and then the Nuggets just kind of win at the end. Dallas gets a win last night with Kawhi coming back. I thought that was kind of predictable, but what has jumped out at you?
I'm impressed with the Knicks. I think that they're fun to watch, and the Villanova guys. I mean, Dante DiVincenzo, what he did in that last game against the Sixers, the way that he was so big down the stretch. I mean, the 50-50 balls, the way that he competes, the way that he makes shots. Like, I just think as good as Jalen Brunson is, I think DiVincenzo is also made them so gritty and tough, and like such a Tibbs team. If they had Julius Randle, I think they'd be even more formidable. I think they could come out of the East as well, even beating Boston. In the West, I'm still amazed at Mark Daigneault and what he's been able to do with that Thunder team, as undersized as they are, and how great Shea is. We split with them this year, and Shea Shai's moving up my list too, Tommy. I know you see him as much as we do. Like Shai's moving up my list of like great players in this league, kind of like Jokic. Like he's so good. He's so crafty. He's so effortless in his ability to pick you apart like Jokic is. And then I got a question for you, Tommy.
Yep.
Because I was talking to some NBA people about the Mavericks backcourt, about Kyrie and Luka, and we were trying to debate whether or not they're the most skilled backcourt in the history of the NBA. And because you have the whole thing with Steph and Clay, like you've seen real dominance and greatness and skill from those two. How do you rank Luka and Kyrie in terms of skill level and being the most skilled backcourt in the history of the NBA?
Well, have a good call. Enjoy the rest of the series, and maybe we'll catch up with you down the road and talk a little NBA playoffs. Always fun, Petey.
Love you, buddy. Okay, see you.
Thank you. Love you too, man. All right, that's Jim Peterson, color analyst for the Timberwolves. Coming up more, Copes and Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
Good stuff there from Jim Peterson. A little Wolves ball talk, huh? A little Wolves ball. Tolbert and Coast, by the way, is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can save at redwoodcu.org. Giants did fall 8-2 today to the New York Mets. Won the series, though, out at Oracle Park. An off day at home tomorrow. We'll talk to Larry Baer, Giants CEO, next. Sports Leader. Giants placed left-hander Blake Snell on the 15-day injured list today with a left adductor strain. He's 0-3 with an 11.57 ERA. More on that story available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, once again reminding you that the San Jose Earthquakes are hosting the biggest game of their MLS season against the rivals, Los Angeles FC. LAFC comes to Levi Stadium on Saturday, May 4th, presented by Audi, and it's the biggest Cinco de Mayo party on the West Coast. It returns with special appearances and performances and a meet and greet with El Tri legend Osvaldo Sanchez and a halftime performance by Ya Acabo. The Quake Soccer on Cinco de Mayo weekend. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com. You don't want to miss it. The largest Cinco de Mayo weekend celebration on the West Coast. And again, it goes down May 4th. The event kicks off with a fan fest featuring Mexico national team legend Osvaldo Sanchez, Reynoso, and Soltero of the Give and Go podcast. The fan fest is going to be open to fans at 1:30 just outside of Gate A and will conclude prior to kickoff at 4:30 p.m. Again, it's the largest Cinco de Mayo celebration on the West Coast, and it's going down Saturday, May 4th, as the San Jose Earthquakes take on LAFC at Levi Stadium. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
It's business time. From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giant CEO Larry Baer. Larry Baer on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, time for our bi-weekly conversation with Larry Baer. Always fun to check in, see what's going on with the Giants. Larry, what is happening?
Hey, Tom. How you doing? We had a good. Are you there?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
There we are. Okay, there we are. Yeah. A good Met series, but not today. A tough one today, but we're rocking and rolling here, and I came prepared for you guys today because there was a piece of unfinished business from last time we talked 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we got a couple of things we want to get into, but let's get into that right off the bat. So what do you get into
that right off the bat?
Yeah, what do we have? This is the most important stuff. What do you got?
Well, you don't remember this, Tom?
I remember the beer conversation.
I don't. I really don't.
I remember the beer conversation.
Oh, is it a beer deal? Okay.
Yeah, I asked him what
Copes,
beers
do you remember Copes?
I do remember now, yeah.
There's a few other things have happened since we had this conversation.
Yes, well, that's what we're going to get into.
What's going on in the world of sports. Okay, so I want to get into that. I'll read off. You want to know about craft beers. You say, what? Yes. You want the complete listing of craft beers. I'm not going to do
need a complete listing
of craft beers. I'll just throw some out. I don't know if any of them resonate.
Yep.
Blue Moon, Blind Pig.
Okay. Very solid.
Cali Squeeze.
Okay.
Sport Point.
Yes.
Red Bridge. I'm just doing this as and of course we have all the standbys. You know.
Yep. You still have Pliny.
Okay. I mentioned Pliny the Elder. What do we have? Mind Haze, Lagunitas, Kona, Hop Valley.
Okay.
Golden State Cider. Sierra Nevada Pale Ale.
Always
what
good.
What else do you want? Watermelon. What about watermelon wheat 21st Amendment?
Ooh,
what about that?
Watermelon. Okay.
We'll be out there. We'll be out there tomorrow. We'll be having some of that tomorrow at 21st Amendment.
Is that with Jeremy Appel?
No, it's without Jeremy. We're doing a draft party tomorrow at 21st Amendment for the Niners draft pick tomorrow.
All right. Should we leave it at that and move on?
Yeah. Let's leave it at that.
Non-alcoholic topics.
We do have a few. That's solid. My favorites are the Pliny and the Blind Pig, of course. 21st Amendment, always very solid, and what many people consider one of the godfathers of craft beer, Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
The pale ale is always appreciated. All right, we got a couple of things we can hit. I'm going to hit this. I know Copes will probably hit the other one, but I want to make sure that everything's cool with the lights now. That Alex Berg's life's not going to be in danger.
Yeah, man.
While we did have some fun with it, I read the story that Baggs had on the Athletic. It was actually pretty scary. Like when you think about a 98-mile-an-hour missile in the dark, and thank goodness he caught that thing. I know that it wasn't it was kind of like one of those things. It's like, oh, it's funny now because everyone's okay. It's like one of those type of like ha-ha nervous kind of things, but Yeah, I'm sure from your standpoint, it wasn't really all that funny, and something that, we understand that mistakes happen, but I'm sure you were like, okay, we got to make sure we get this thing under control so no one gets hurt out there.
No, totally fair.
Yep.
So I mean, the bottom line is, I mean, we love being able to, do something that gets the crowd excited,
sure.
And we spent a lot of time with Camilo before.
And it was very cool, by the way. If I can stop,
it was very cool.
Cool.
I liked it. It was cool.
But it's a really fair point, and it's also, it's not just our bullpen catcher. It's, let's say the opposing team has the bullpen going, right?
That's true.
So we have mechanisms now in place that obviously we're not going to, start the lights start the lighting effects until Camilo's done in the bullpen. But we're also going to make sure that the visiting bullpen we'll have a mechanism for them to be alerted too. But no,
okay.
it was one of those things that you don't. I don't know that it was 100% covered off, and thankfully, our friend Alex Berg it was fine. I mean, it was, the one pitch left. The thing is, you try new things, and you're going to have, there may be some, unforeseen, unintended potential consequences. Thankfully, it wasn't a consequence, but no, it was something. A number of different things we're doing in the ballpark innovations that we've got to kind of cover off certain unforeseen consequences. So but we're good, and but it was could have been scary if went off.
I didn't even think about
a lot of people thought there was an earthquake or something, but now we won't have that sort of emotional fear, because people know that these effects are effects and not the lights going out because of natural causes.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even think about it until you said it. Of course the visiting the bullpen. You got to make sure they know as well. I mean, I didn't. Again, I didn't really even think about it when Alex Berg was saying he was just saying, thank goodness it was a four-seamer. Thank goodness it wasn't a slider or a sinker. That would have been that could have been really bad. So no, I mean, we all get it, and I thought
into the mitt. No,
I thought it was cool.
We were like, don't
he's got his control.
It's right there, right, zooming right in. But it's I totally agree with you, Tom. It's funny until it's not funny, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
So now we've got it all. I think we've got a protocol for it. But the people here have done a great job. It was funny. We had this little I wouldn't call it a jinx, but this little thing, which was we were winning early on. If you remember the first homestand, we were winning all these day games. Starting with opening day. So none of these lighting effects were happening. We have lighting effects for various good things that happened to the Giants, but more good things were happening during the day than at night. So we weren't able to put a lot of them into effect until actually this series with the Mets.
Flipped it a little bit this series, right? we went night success this series. Is the way that
we did do a little gun jumping also on the Soler home run Thursday night. Thanks for not mentioning it. I'm sorry, on the Ahmed. Sorry, on the Ahmed.
On the one down the line.
Soler home run.
The one down the line.
Oops.
Oh, well.
Thanks for not mentioning it.
No, we won't. Don't worry about it. We're going to talk to Larry Baer on the Uma Guesses. So I'm curious because you mentioned you guys worked with Camilo on that. That was my first thought was with a closer, and we all know that the ninth inning is such a delicate thing, and getting the final 3 outs of a game is difficult, and so much of that for those guys is routine. But also, I know you have to be wary of or be aware of the opposing bullpen catcher, and they've got to know what's going on. But also the intimidation factor of that has always been a cool thing, Tom and I were saying about ninth innings, where there was the Hell's Bells with Trevor Hoffman. You had Enter Sandman with Mariano Rivera, Rob Nen, Smoke on the Water, even Jump Around and El Machon with Romo and Brian Wilson. I'm curious as to what went into the decision-making about this, because there is kind of a cool club-like feel to it, and it's also sort of like Darth Vader Death Star entering to come take you out for the final 3. I think it's pretty cool.
Exactly, but the whole thing is we don't want to put the cart before the horse, right? So if this is something that either makes the closer uncomfortable, or the closer feels more pressurized by it, or feels like it's not something that would work for him, and we'll just pull the plug on that element and do it at other times where it's not it's not so focused on one person, and there's a period of where as he's running in that it's a little bit sustained, right? And so versus after a home run or a splash hit or something else, and doing a lighting effect, and he was all in, which was great. Because this was one of the options as we were we have a whole new lighting system here at the ballpark. So this was which allows us to do this with colors and with turning the spotlights, etc. So if he had any bit of trepidation about it, or it doesn't work for me, that's fine. If it didn't work for him, it wouldn't work for the Giants. And
that's going to be great, Larry, when you do the lighting effects after a home run, and because the lighting effects, the guy misses second base running around the bases.
I guess, or maybe we need little porch light for the umpire to see, right?
Home plate umpire sees spots now. Yeah.
Oh God.
Tom, you have just this little mini bulb on the base so that the umpire can check that out.
Yeah, you could pull that one off. That'd be fantastic.
Like the movie theater floor lighting, like when you got to get up to the bathroom.
Oh yeah,
just a little lights around the bases like that. That'd be sweet.
I like it.
There you go. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. We had. Who was it? By the way, we had AI on the score. We had Patrick Bailey on his bobblehead day when he did go 4 for 4. Answered a question with AI. You see that?
I did not.
I did see that. I was there. Yeah.
Allen Iverson was there?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Anything's possible.
He's sinking lots of threes, Bailey was.
Yeah, I must have missed that. Talking to Larry Baer, nice of him to join us. Update on Blake Snell, which was a little bit. Well, not a little bit. It was a surprise to all of us that he wasn't starting today. When did you guys start having the conversations with him? When did he bring it up that this had been bothering him?
I just heard about it late last night, and I think that's when most of the people in the Giants heard about it. It was late, and it wasn't time to put it out. But it's obviously. With the long season, with him having been so good especially in the last 2/3 of the season, or the 2/3 of the season in past years, the last thing we were going to do was push it. And if you look at our rotation, it's been good, right? We've had really pretty strong performances throughout. So we're not going to. Nobody will want to push it, and we think he'll be good to go. I don't want you don't put a timeline on it. He's on the 15-day, so we'll just kind of leave it at that. But so it wasn't this way. At least our knowledge was it just surfaced late yesterday.
Got it.
Talking to Larry Baer here on the. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and where all the backdrop is, we've got some really great performances. So it's something that we feel we can absorb. We want Blake back as soon as possible.
Larry Baer with us a couple more minutes here on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you, just because I just found this story out in the postgame wrap before I let you go. I thought this was a funny one from John Miller. He said that, I guess because tomorrow's a home off day, they had a day game today, and they don't have another game until Friday night, right? So by old pitcher standards, Mike Kruger would say that's 2 days off. You got a full 2 days in there, right? You lump those 2 half days together. John Miller said in his first year with the Giants, he went to Hawaii. He said he had miles. And so he's like, that's 2 days. He said, I'm going to go to the Big Island. So he's like, that's how he got the name. What a part of how he got the name, the Big Kahuna. He said he took off on the Wednesday, and he's like, I could have gone back to Baltimore, but I figured it was going to be a longer flight and I would lose the time, so why don't I go to Hawaii? So he spent a day in Hawaii, came back to call the game on a Friday. Can you confirm, Larry? He was telling the story.
That's hilarious. I heard that. I remember vaguely remembering that story. But just like the baseball element of that is it is 2 days off. And I think, Bomel was thinking of that in terms of, we had a lefty Manai on the mound, but, if Jung-Hoo, although he came into the game later, it's kind of the equivalent of 2 days off for a player too, right? Yeah. So if you're able to mix and match a little bit and get the player for a Friday night game after just a Wednesday day game, that makes it sort of feel like come back really refreshed. There's also in the CBA there's some protocols that allow for this, right, which is a day game. If you have a home day off, I think unless the other team's travel dictates it, you play that as a day game, the day game before a home off day, and because you don't have many of them. And I know guys, talking to the guys over the years, they really like using that home off day. If you have like an appearance, or you have something to get a guy to, do it the night of a day game when you have a game the next day. The night of a day game when you have the next day off. We're talking maybe not Hawaii, but we are talking the wine country or Carmel, or especially guys that are new to the area. They love just getting in the car and getting their mind clear and just taking a drive with, their wife or their friends or whatever out. And most guys do that. But it's Hawaii. I've never done it.
The long flight. Wow, that's commitment. That's commitment to fun.
John wears shorts. John, you've seen John. He's like you, wears shorts to the game.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to change his clothes before he gets on the plane.
No, that's a good. That is a good point, Larry. Oh, we always appreciate the time. I don't know if you'll have a day off tomorrow, but if you do, enjoy the day, and we'll look forward to talking to you again in a couple weeks.
Sounds good, guys.
Talk to you later. Thanks, Larry.
Larry Baer, Giant CEO on the.
I went to Vegas when we had a day off.
Yeah. When he was saying wine country and stuff, I was thinking, maybe Vegas. That's a quick one. You could do that.
That's what I did. I went from Vegas from Dallas. We were in Dallas. We were going home, and Nelly said we had the day off, and we weren't playing until the next Friday. I go, I'm gonna see if there's a flight to Vegas.
Yeah.
And I found a flight to Vegas from Dallas.
Was your mom there at that point too?
No.
No, you just went.
No, I just went, found a hotel room, and hung out for that night, the next night, and then flew back like on Friday or Thursday, whenever the game was.
Where'd you stay? Somewhere down near Binions? Somewhere old Vegas?
God, I want to say Stardust, maybe.
Attaboy.
Something like that. It's at Stardust. Just sat back, chilled.
They got loose machines there? What do you think, huh?
Well, no, I mean,
making stuff up now.
I may or may not have bet a game. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know if it was legal back then, but
probably wasn't. It's not legal now.
Wasn't. Bet the ponies.
It's not legal now.
I don't know. Rules have changed.
Yeah, some rules, but not that one. Not that one.
Who knows what I did?
Giants did fall 8-2 today. Got a little bit from Club Camilo there from Larry Baer on Club Camilo and the new light show and all that. We do, by the way, following the loss today, have an update from Blake Snell on his groin injury. He spoke to the media after the game today, and we have some audio that we will play for you. Also, I know you wanted to get into this. We'll talk more about this when we come on back, too. We were praising Logan Webb for all the innings he's thrown and how deep he's gone into ball games. 4 straight starts, 7 or more innings pitched, 8 last night. Sean and I was cruising today, and they're like, "Nats, you're pitching too well. Time to sit down." Sean and I got yanked in the 4th. I was going to kill his manager. I couldn't believe what was going on. I was like, what's happening here?
I could not believe it. And I do have to say, since you mentioned it, loose slots.
Loose slots. Yeah.
Loose slots.
Yeah, we're going to go to Vegas play the slots. Yeah.
Slots. Loose slots.
Come to Butthead.
That rules, Butthead.
We got to stop. I'm going to start saying lines that I think probably shouldn't be said on air. That's the issue.
Let's go.
Need TP for me. All right, Tolbert and Cubs here on a Wednesday. Yeah, you saw where I was going, Tim, huh? Wednesday, yeah, you better ride that dump button, boy.
I think you made it.
Yeah, Tolbert and Cubs with you Wednesday afternoon. Blake Snell speaks on his groin injury. I think nothing wrong with that groin. There is something wrong with it. We'll let you hear about it next and more on Sean Manaea getting pulled in the 4th. It's Tolbert and Cubs Wednesday afternoon. Loose slots, on these sports leader.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown got a 4-year, $120 million deal today with $77 million guaranteed. What does this mean for Brandon Ayuk's contract? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but you might have one thing in common. Wi-Fi doesn't reach all parts of the house, whether it be an attic, basement, bedroom, wherever. There's just probably a part of your house where the Wi-Fi doesn't quite reach. You want speed. You want reliability. So with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, that's exactly what you get. Speed, reliability throughout your whole home, and it's only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed and reliability throughout the entirety of your entire home. I think I was just redundant. Oh well, you will. Love Xfinity.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
You're a stupid dumbass.
I haven't gone back and watched any of the new ones or checked out any of the newer ones they've made on Paramount. I know they brought it back, but Beavis and Butt had an all-time great, dude. Do America. Do. Do. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday evening, I should say. Giants fall 8-2 in the series finale to the New York Mets. I did take 2 of the 3, though, winning on Monday and Tuesday night. So a couple of good wins there before dropping this one. By the way, somebody checked in on the text on our guy Tacky because we were talking about Blake Snell went on the injured list today, 15-day IL with an adductor strain. Tacky on the YouTube chat says, it's unfair, man. Blake Snell talks about his groin. He gets some radio play. I talk about my groin, and I can't go back to the library. Oh. Pretty good line from Tacky. Blake Snell after the game is a couple of minutes here, him talking about confidence, getting healthy, and the severity of this groin injury that he's dealing with now. I thought you were going to hit it, Tim. You're good. No, you're good. We'll go to Blake Snell's sound first, then we'll have some fun with it. Here he is.
Have you had something like this before?
Yeah, 3rd time. So, 21, 22, and then now.
Typically, how much time do you wind up missing?
21 was like a month. 22 is 3 weeks. I think I'm stronger now, so I don't think it's as bad as what they say. So we'll see. But I'm kind of pushing to get it going. So took today off, did treatments. Tomorrow do treatments. Hopefully start getting it going. So didn't feel good on the last couple pitches, so I just shut it down and then tried throwing yesterday just to make sure, and then kind of confirmed.
So you're hoping it's just the minimum on the IL?
Probably a little longer than that, but yeah. I would say probably 2 weeks. That's what if everything goes well, that's what I want. So, but it's the groin, so I have no clue. Yeah.
What's the feeling, just knowing that you had already kind of gotten off to a late start here?
Obviously disappointed. I felt really good this week throwing. Even during the bullpen, I was like, man, I feel really good. Ball's coming out good. Made some adjustments that I think were going to be big for me, and just swing and miss on a couple of the pitches I was throwing that weren't getting that. So overall, I was pretty excited about what I was going to be able to do today if I pitched. So having that was pretty upsetting, but now I got to change my focus to get back healthy and then get back to pitching.
I really want him to say, no, I'm hoping to miss the max.
Dude, I know that's kind of what he said.
I want to go look around the area a little bit.
I was thinking the exact same thing when Susan Slusser asked him, so you think it'll be like the minimum amount of time on the injury list? He's like, nah, probably more.
Nah.
I was like, he's like, I'm hoping for 2 weeks. Like a vacation.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
It says, as Foon 5 West checks in, says, no, actually there is. Fo 1-5. I don't know why I said Foon. Fo 1-5.
There is something wrong with that groin.
There is something wrong with that groin.
The crotchal region.
Yeah, so he's like, it's going to take 2 weeks, he says. So he's dealt with it before, at least. So something, not at least like it's a positive thing, but he's aware of the feeling in his body. So, maybe that leads you to believe it's something a little more if this happened in the bullpen, that it's not just a phantom thing like we were discussing. But you do want to take the precaution, paying him a lot of money. It is
Snell, yeah.
Snell, yeah. Snellzilla. Snell, yeah. Thank you, John Lund. Snell, yeah.
Shell, yeah.
Thoughts on the other lefty today? So we didn't see Snell throw. It's going to be at least a couple of weeks, and we'll see what they do with that rotation spot. But what'd you think of the Sean Manaea situation?
That's a crock.
In the fourth.
I mean, I am not. Look, you're up 6-0, and it's not August. It's not September. It is, I don't know, what the hell is it? April. Early in the season. And, if you want to lose a pitcher, if you want to lose maybe even a staff, that's the kind of crap you pull. I mean, he was not thrilled that his manager, Carlos Mendoza, came out and took him out 1 out away from qualifying. Like, we can say all we want, and all the analytics people can say all they want, like the win doesn't mean as much. We all get that. Guess who it does mean something to? The pitcher. It means something to them to go 5 innings and get the win. And I know he had scuffled, loaded the bases in the second, first and second, nobody out in the third. So it wasn't a clean performance. But, I mean, come on. You have 6-0. Let the guy try to get the win. You could tell right away. As soon as he looked, I went back and watched it. As soon as he saw him coming out, he wasn't thrilled then. He's a pro, though. He tried to hide it. Gave him the ball. Didn't get a pat on the back because he probably didn't even want one. He was probably happy to get the pat on the back. And then they showed him in the dugout. And not real thrilled. Marte was over there talking to him and his head down with his hood pulled up. Like, he was bitter. There's no doubt about it. And if it's a 1-0 game, get it. 2-0 game, okay. Maybe even 3-0 if you want to push it. Tying runs up. But 6-0? You can't give him one more? And I was going to say, well, maybe, if him and Manai talked about it, and there was some, but Manai was not down with that decision. That was pretty obvious.
I didn't understand why the decision was made. I mean, I didn't really understand why they did it. He threw 100 pitches, what they were saying. I know he had some walks. He'd issued some walks. The Giants had actually loaded the bases against him with nobody out because of 2 walks and a single in the second and the third. And then they again had first and second with 1 away or nobody out. And then, what's his name? Slater got picked off a second.
Yeah,
that was nice.
brutal.
Well done.
Yeah, that was good.
Enjoyed that.
That was not good.
But yeah, so I mean, all that goes down. Maybe that's part of it too. But again, just 1 hitter away. What are we doing?
Yeah,
let him finish the inning.
You got to trust your guy, and you just got to. So, could that breeds goodwill. That's like, you know what, manager's got my back. Manager, you always want to feel like the manager has your back, and it was no. I mean, to me, no. 6-0, no. You gave one more batter. At least give him that opportunity to get. Like, if you give up a hit there. Okay, then you know what? I'm going to come get you. I gave you the opportunity to get out, to get out of the inning, qualify for the win, but you didn't even give him that opportunity. So that's just brutal. That to me, that's like no feel for the game, no feel for your players. And look, I get it. You're a manager. Like, look, I'm not beholden to one player. I'm responsible for everybody. Totally get that. Like, I totally get that. I guarantee you, everybody on that team would have said, let him go. Let him have a chance. Let him have a chance to get the win. It means a lot to him. Means something to us. We want to see him go for the win. And again, 6-0 is what it was. And if you're going to grind that hard this early in the season. If it was August, maybe you're in a pennant chase. Okay, again, I still would let him probably go for it 1 out, but I would at least understand then, late in the season, getting down towards it. Every game seems a little bit more meaningful at that point, even though it's really not. But it's getting down to don't have as many games. But my goodness, you're in April. We're 25 games into the season. You can't let your man go for a win because he's probably not going to have that many opportunities anyway to get a win. So he has an opportunity. It sets up beautifully. He's up 6-0. All you need is one more out. Let the man at least try to get one more out. And then, you're going to take him out after the next inning he's out anyway. But that was just, that to me was like almost managing by the printout and not managing by, you know what, I know, but this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. He'll like me for it. The team will say, "Hey, this guy's got our back." I thought that was a brutal decision. Whoever that was on the mound.
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, he was pretty okay because it wasn't Manaea. He was pretty.
No idea who that guy
pretty
was.
visibly upset by. 503 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, says adductor. Barely knew her.
Oh, God.
Somebody else here on the YouTube chat, a couple of people checked in and said, where was the injury? Oh, I can feel it down in my plums.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Our guy Gizmo says, bad plums.
Oh, no.
It was our guy Rocket New Era who put that out there. And then a minute people checking in on Blake Snell's voice. Blake Snell's voice. Some people say he sounds like Bonds. I think he's way too deep to be Barry Bonds. I think he's got too deep of a voice.
I could see where they'd say that. I could see the similarity, but I've never really mistaken the two.
Let's see now. Phone 415 checks on the YouTube chat. He goes got a little bit more Nick Bosa in him, and then he says, "Just a little groin-a-rooney, baby."
Can't agree more. That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Just a little groin-a-rooney, baby. That's too funny. Bad plums. Yeah, people are saying. Tim says it's Bonds plus Bosa. That's what Snell is. Bonds plus Bosa equals Blake. Baby. That's where we're going. It's Auburn and Copes with you on a Wednesday. All right, we do have to get into one bit of football news here. So we talked a lot about Brandon Ayuk yesterday. Yeah, for those who follow Brandon Ayuk on social media, he probably doesn't follow you back. He certainly doesn't follow the Niners. That's for damn sure. He put out a video this morning because Detroit Lions first team All-Pro star wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown got a 4-year, $120 million deal, 77 guaranteed. Brandon Ayuk then put up a video on Twitter, just him dancing. which is so funny. Is he on the same level as a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown? We'll talk about that next and what this contract means for the market of Brandon Ayuk. That's coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Regular season basketball is over, but the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports is always available at Underdog Fantasy, especially as you roll through some of these NBA playoffs. Great ways to watch the games and make some money with Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em game. I like the Pick'em game. I'm looking right at some of these numbers for right now. So the Pick'em game is where they give you a series of player stats. You select higher or lower than the player stat. If the picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single day. I'm looking at Tyler Hero right now. You can get in on some of these live ones, too. Tyler Hero right now, Miami going up against Boston. They're in the third quarter. You can go Hero. I kind of like this. He's currently at 12 points. They can go higher than the 22.5 or lower. I think I'm going to go lower than that. Is he going to give 13 points here in the fourth quarter? Probably not. You pair those together with something else, you can make a little bit of scratch tonight, all while hanging on your couch or listening to KNBR and watching some of these games. But you got to download Underdog Fantasy from the App Store or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you do, sign up with promo code KNBR. They'll match your first deposit up to $100. And they'll give you a special mystery pick to use in your first Pick'em entry. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to match that first deposit. $10 up to $100 plus the special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. Should remind everybody, by the way, tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock, Tom and I will be live from 21st Amendment Brewery, right out near Oracle Park. Make sure you come on out. Check out the promo video we threw up on YouTube and on Where else we put it up? On Twitter, and it's up on the Instagram page, all the KNBR socials. You can get all the details. We got giveaways. We got prizes. We'll be doing live look-ins to the draft coverage and the show that's going on down at Levi's Stadium. So you'll have Todd Husak, John Lund, Greg Papa at Levi's, myself and Tom from 2 to 5 at 21st Amendment, and then start at 5, me, John Dickinson, and Marcus Boucher. So you'll have tons of great draft coverage. We'll have hoops going on, too. We got playoff basketball. There'll be beer. There's fun games that we'll be playing, and again, some specials and opportunities for you to get involved in some of our coverage. It'll be a lot of fun tomorrow out at 21st Amendment. Come on out, 2 o'clock until 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Make sure you say hi to Derek and Tim, too. Oh, Tim. Anyway, today, the Detroit Lions gave their star wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, a 4-year, $120 million deal. Now, yesterday, Tom, you said to me, boy, like, he's not going to, you were saying as it related to Justin Jefferson. You said, Brandon Ayuk's not going to get like a Justin Jefferson-like deal, but you should probably sign him before that deal gets done. Because we both said, yeah, even if he believes he's not quite at that level and who knows what he thinks, he would say, okay, well, if that guy's getting that, he set the market, I'm right below that then. I should get right. Maybe if he's number 1, then I should be, number 2 or 3 or 4, whatever he believes it's going to be. $77 million guaranteed. The AAV, the average annual value of the Amon-Ra contract, is equal and matches Tyreek Hill's as the largest ever for a wide receiver on AAV. After this news broke, Brendan Ayuk posted the video on IG where he was dancing, just gigging, dancing, right? Which is hysterical, dude, the way they use social media. So last year, Amon-Ra caught 119 passes for 1,515 yards, 10 touchdowns, and he was named a first-team All-Pro. He's never had a season with fewer than 90 catches. That's pretty impressive. In Ayuk's 4th season, he's never surpassed 80 catches or double-digit touchdowns. Okay?
Okay.
He's also played with more quarterbacks, I think, than Amon-Ra has as well.
Yeah.
Do we think Ayuk's a better receiver than Amon-Ra, or does he deserve to be paid at that level?
I think he's right there with him. I think they're kind of in the same class.
Okay.
I think he's clearly Detroit's number 1 target. And the Niners have had Debo, too. And they've had Kittle. So they've had more weapons. And we'll see. I mean, Laporta had a ton of catches this year, too, but there's probably a lot of guys that can't even name. I don't even know if I can name their number 2 receiver. Is Reynolds their number 2 receiver? I don't know.
The Lions, number 2?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably more.
I know Reynolds, but I don't know if he's their number 2 guy.
Josh Reynolds? Is that who it is? Oh, it's Jamison Williams. That's right. Jamison Williams is there. He played a little.
Yeah, but he wasn't even there the whole year, was he?
He didn't play the whole season. He was suspended for the first part of the year, right? But I'm saying he wasn't a huge.
I guess he's number 2 now, but I mean, I think, my point
it's really like
is,
Laporta. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, my point is this: that the Niners have more options to throw to.
Sure.
Like Ayuk clearly isn't the number 1. They're not going at Ayuk as much as I'd be curious to see how many times they targeted St. Brown and how many times they targeted Ayuk. And what their yards per route is, all that kind of stuff. But I would put him right there with him. Like, that's the kind of category I would put him in. Like, to me, he's not Hill, he's not Jefferson, he's not Chase. Like, there's certain guys that are like a step above. But yeah, I would say in that next group that I would consider them in the same category. Like, if you're grouping them all together, I would put him right there with Amon-Ra St. Brown. The question is can you afford to give your wide receiver core like $50 million a year? And really what he's getting paid is the $77 million guaranteed. So let's say you signed him. Let's say you cut him after the 3rd year, or you needed to renegotiate, restructure, whatever. Basically, it's going to be about $25 a year is what you're paying him. A little bit more than $25 a year. Rarely do guys get the 4th year of their contract anyway. But if he does, $30 million a year, I mean, that seems like, whew. I mean, that's damn near what you're paying Bosa. I mean, that really kind of puts it in perspective. You're like, okay, I could see him getting more than Debo, but damn, as much as Bosa got? Like, that just seems, that seems like a bit much. Again, I'm still on the keep him. Because you have a year to kind of play with, and then you can decide what to do with Debo next year, or him, who knows. But I'll be honest. Look, I'm not much for. It's funny, but I'm not much for the whole like social media reaction to other guys. It'd be nice if you kept the negotiations, just keep the negotiation. But that's just how the young guys move nowadays. So that's just what it is. That's just me personally. I don't think moves me one way or the other to say, oh, he's doing that on social media, don't sign him. Nah, I don't believe that at all. I think you should sign him, and I hope they do sign him. And I do think he is as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown, or at least, if he's not as good, he's right there with him. Again, like I said, I put him in that grouping with him. There's like 3 or 4 guys that I can think of right off the top of my head. Is he, maybe CeeDee Lamb it would be a little bit above where he is. The question I guess you have to ask yourself really is how many of the great wide receivers that we're talking about have won Super Bowls? Tyreek Hill's won one.
Yeah.
Chase hasn't. Jefferson hasn't. Lamb hasn't. I mean, you start going down and looking at it going, God, it's nice to have really
Didn't we do that?
Receivers.
Didn't we run through the top receivers in there? And what are paid? If you look at the top paid wide receivers by salary and by contract and AAV, whatever metric you want to go by, almost none of them.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like what we talked about with Patrick Mahomes making up like over 17.5% or something of their salary cap last year. I think the last 2 Super Bowls, he's been responsible for the highest percentage of a salary cap for a quarterback that won a Super Bowl since Steve Young in the first year of the cap in 1994. I think that's what it was the note. But if you look at the same thing by receiver, the top paid receivers aren't on teams. They're on good teams oftentimes, but they're not on teams that are winning Super Bowls because your money generally can't be all allocated to somebody whose success is predicated on somebody else being good at a skill.
Yeah.
Right
and
on
think
the quarterback.
About how many good receivers there are. There's a
ton of them.
Lot of good receivers. I saw a stat today, and this is one of the reasons that I've said I would never draft a receiver super high. And there are exceptions. There's no doubt about that. But the reason I wouldn't is because you can get receivers. I mean, you could always find receivers later in the first, second, third, fourth. I think it was like a 25, 26, 27, somewhere around there, success rate of drafting wide receivers in the first round. I mean, that's worse than quarterbacks. And the skill position players were the toughest ones. Like quarterback. I think receiver was the worst hit rate. Running backs were in there. Quarterbacks were in there. The easiest ones to hit, tackle, center, guard, your offensive line, and then I think linebacker was in there. And
it's also harder to gauge a bust on those too. You know what I mean?
Well, exactly.
Sometimes it's harder to say, that no tackle wasn't a great. It's like, how good was McCutcheon?
Yeah, I guess you played 10 years, 8 years, 10 years. They probably consider that like a success.
Hit. Yeah,
right. Like that's a hit. So it was interesting, and I always go back because I thought about that a number of years ago. I go, God, wide receivers are risky, and you got to have one, but you can find them, like you can get them. So I mean, by that standard, I guess I would say, well, just draft. Give yourself draft a couple of them and trade him, and use that money for another position. Maybe you could draft a tackle. Like, the thing about drafting tackles, they're never sexy.
No.
It's just not. It's like, we drafted an offensive lineman. I always go back to the Niners draft, though, when they drafted Yapati and Smith. It's like, boring. Like, nobody knows those guys.
Best thing never happened to Frank Gore. He was like, thank you.
Exactly. They were part of the foundation that turned that whole thing around. And you look at, those were 2 first-rounders, and then Staley. That was a damn good offensive line. That was a really good offensive line, and that was part of the reason that they were, really, really good at the time. So, yeah, I don't know. I still think you keep him just because your window's right now, and he's going to help you win that Super Bowl. He's going to put you in a better position to win the Super Bowl. But there is a part of me that does think, God, it's great to have really good wide receivers. But, man, when you pay for wide receivers, it's tough because you can find wide receivers, and it's hard to find other positions. So, I don't know. I did think today for the first time that there's maybe a better chance than yesterday that they were going to trade him. But I'm sure, they probably knew this. They're in contact with agents all the time. They probably knew what Amon-Ra St. Brown was going to sign for or close. So they kind of have an idea of what they're going to have to pay.
He was like, I'll wait to do my dance video until it's official.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll wait till they put it out.
I don't know, though. I mean, what about you? Would you pay him that type of money? Or would you say, look, we love you, but that's just a lot of money? And
I'm in the boat that everybody else was in yesterday, I think, which is extend him and deal with it next offseason.
Yeah.
Extend him now, because again, or franchise him now and deal with it next offseason. But
they don't have to franchise him.
They don't have to because he's under contract, so you wouldn't even do that. So I'd say, extend him and then deal with it next year. It's all fake money anyway. It's all theoretical cap and money anyway, right? It's all going to change. Remember I told you I ran to Steve Young at that event right after the season, and everybody's cap went up by $35 million or something. I was like, how about that? Cap went up. Because, but what if for everybody? What's the big deal? Everybody gets the $35 million. It's not like you're the Yankees. Like you get more than I do.
What?
We all get 35. By the way, you were asking about Amon-Ra St. Brown's targets versus receptions. And Ayuk. So he was targeted this year 164 times.
Okay.
And he had 119 catches. Brandon Ayuk, by comparison this year, was targeted 105 times and had 75 catches.
So, I mean, I think his success rate. So I'm sure his I know they have a stat. I don't know
exactly. His success rate is like the Football Reference one, the Pro Football Reference.
Exactly.
Like the catch rate, basically 70.5% is Brandon Ayuk. Amon-Ra is at 61.6 because he had so many more targets, but tons more yards. And again, their running game was different. It's a different style of offense, but they did spread it out a little bit and throw it differently.
I guess my point is this: if you put Ayuk on Detroit's offense,
you think he does more comparable to what?
I think he does. If not exactly what he does,
you might be right.
It's right there. Might even do more.
Yeah, it's not a bad take. So if I run through the top paid receivers, here's what we were talking about last week.
Okay.
By my count, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I think of the top 20 paid receivers right now in the NFL, highest paid, I believe only 2 of them have Super Bowls. And I think only one of them got paid the year that they won it. So here's where I'm at. Devontae Adams, number 1, no Super Bowl ring, right?
Okay.
Tyreek Hill, number 2, he does have one, but he got paid after the fact.
Correct.
Right, so it's not like he was making up to your point, he was drafted, was not making up a high percentage of the cap, and the time it was, they shipped him out by the time it was. Amon-Ra St. Brown, tied for second now. Amari Cooper, Calvin Ridley, Keenan Allen, and then I go Cooper Kupp would be the other one with a Super Bowl ring.
Okay.
With the Rams, and he got paid in 2022, and they won it that year. So that would be the first where I'm like, okay, he's paid, and at the time, he was probably like top 3 or 4 paid receiver at that point, because he got a $80 million contract at 26 average. Then Devontae Smith, Christian Kirk, DK Metcalf, Debo's in there at 11th, Michael Pittman Jr., Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore, Cortland Sutton. Chris Godwin is the one I come down to. He's got a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, right? But he hadn't been paid yet.
Yeah.
He hadn't been paid by the time they'd won that. And then you go like Jerry Jeudy, who's at 18, and that's where it gets a little bit funky because it's like he's, I think, far better than those guys, like Jerry Jeudy and Alan Lazard, but they're way down if you're going top 20. So guys who are also looking to get paid right now, T. Higgins, who got franchise tagged today, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Is he better than T. Higgins, Brendan Ayuk?
Wow, it's so different.
He plays more, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Higgins will miss you some ball games. Yeah.
No doubt about that. Yeah, that's tough because I don't really like. I look at him and Amon-Ra St. Brown similarly because they're kind of same size and they I don't know if they do similar things or not, but they look similar in the way they move and all that kind of stuff. T. Higgins just a bigger dude, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's better. Like I would put him above T. Higgins. I think like if I were going to group everybody, I'd probably put T. Higgins. I don't know, maybe third or fourth group, and I think I'd put Ayuk and Amon-Ra St. Brown like in the second group. So I would have him ahead of T. Higgins. But again, I probably watched more Lions games this year than I did Bengals games without Joe Burrow. It's like, I don't watch a Bengal game. So, but I mean, Higgins good. Yeah. There's no doubt about it, and he's going to get paid, but. The point is, it's not so much the money, because the money always like jumps out at you like, whoa. But it's really what percentage of the salary cap you eating up. Because in salary cap sports, this and basketball, it's like, okay, it's not so much about what you're making. It's about, okay, what percentage are we allotting to you? And you always got to, okay, hey, if you take this much, then what do we have to cut back from this position group? Or can we not sign this guy? I think Shanahan said it best a month or so ago. He goes, well, we can do whatever we want to do, but there are consequences to it. It's like, if we're going to do this, then we can't do that. If we don't do this, then we can do this. So it's like a shell game. You're like, okay, you're moving money here and money there and take some money from this position group and give money to this
shell
position
company.
Group. Yeah. But if you pay Ayuk $30 million a year, or let's just say give him $70-80 million guaranteed. So, it's over $25 million a year if you did it over 4 years, the guaranteed money. That's a lot of money you just sank into your wide receiver core. Like, a lot. And it only lasts for a year, I think, because there's no way if they sign Ayuk, they're keeping both those guys again. It's just not. I don't think it's feasible to have that much money tied up into your wide receiver group. It's not. So, but for 1 year, and that's kind of my thing. If you sign him, you got 1 year to kind of figure it out. Then Purdy signs, and then you say, okay, do we want to see if someone wants Ayuk? Maybe we trade him after that. Or, to your point, maybe we just let him ride out his 5th year and then deal with it next year. And then maybe we trade him after that. So, I don't know. Like, you never know how disgruntled a guy is going to be. I would imagine he's going to come in and play as good as he can, as hard as he can, because, well, then he definitely would be in a contract year the following year. And I can see not wanting to play for a franchise tag, but still, franchise tag, you're going to get paid. You probably get like $30 million for that year, playing for that year. But guys want the signing bonus and security, and because of the nature of football, I get it. So that would be my preference. Like, look, we're going to try to sign you. We want to sign you. We want you here, but it can't be exorbitant. And we got to feel like we can still have a team out there. But if we can't get it done, then we'll just have you play next year. You can play. You're under contract, so you can play for us next year, and then we'll figure it out after next year. And look, he could say, I'm just going to sit out then. But
I don't think that's happening.
That's a risky game to play. That's a risky game to play. I mean, it worked out really good for Bell. Not really.
Running back's different, but yeah, I can't imagine that's the route he goes.
So they have the leverage. They have the leverage here. This isn't the last year of his contract, and they do have the franchise tag. So it's not like, oh my gosh, if we don't sign him this offseason, we're going to get nothing for him. It's not like the Ohtani situation. Like, oh, we're going to keep him. Great. You get Jack Diddley. It's not like that. They have him another year. So at the end of the day, if you can't work anything out, you're gonna have him. You're gonna have him next year. But who knows? But the draft, you get more for him this year, I would think, than you would the following year. So I don't know. Again, I want him. I'm sure they want him. Would you want a player that good? But it's not just about whether you want a player or not. It's about, okay, what does he want? How much cap space does that take up? And what does that do to the rest of our team? I mean, just all kinds of stuff that you got to factor in. And if they want him bad enough, they'll figure it out. They've proven that. They've proven the ability to figure that out. So we will see where it goes. But I just got to imagine that if he's here through tomorrow night, then he'll be here.
Yeah.
And I should say through Friday. Because who knows? Maybe they get 2 2s for him. Somebody go 2 and a 3.
That'd be pretty tough, I still think,
possibly,
to take that. But that would have to mean that they really could not reach an agreement. Devontae Smith has comparable numbers to Ayuk. He got paid 3 for 75, but obviously Amon-Ra is a far bigger number, and maybe that's why he was leaning that high up, not the Debo number. And I do think he should be paid higher than Debo. So we'll see what happens. But I'm with you. If he's here after tomorrow, I think he's probably hanging on for a while. Tolbert and Combs with you. We'll be out there at 21st Amendment tomorrow. Come on by for the draft party. Starts with us at 2 o'clock. Draft party starts at 5. We got prizes. We'll have some fun. We got JD will stop by. Marcus Boucher will be there. Some live look-ins. A lot of the KNBR staff. Come say what's up to Tim if you want. Derek, too. Throw crap at Walt. All that good stuff. It's Tolbert and Combs, and it's the KNBR draft party tomorrow starting at 2. Rolling through the Niner pick at like 9 o'clock tomorrow night. We'll see what Kerry Crowley's got going on when we come on back. Only here on the Sports Leader. Giants placed left-hander Blake Snell on the 15-day injured list today with a left adductor strain. He's 0-3 with an 11.57 ERA. More on that story available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Tax season wrapping up, Steve, but not for some people. What do you do if you couldn't pay or didn't pay your taxes?
Call us. It's a very, very common situation that people just can't pay their taxes. Just can't. And maybe you didn't file your 23 return or your 22 return or the last 5 or 10 years or even more. What do you do? Well, one of the things I want to talk to you about is one of your listeners that I spoke to in the past few days. And I said, look, there's a simple fix to your problem. He said, oh, I didn't know you could do that. I hear that so often. It's like suffering with a medical problem for years and years, and the doctor says, oh, this is an easy fix. Look, we have a free consultation. What do you have to lose? Call me up and talk to me. If you don't like what I'm saying, hang up on me. But if you do like what I'm saying, and I think you will, learn all that can be done. There's probably a lot of things you don't know about that could really help you. And then if you'd like us to, we want to do everything for you. And then you can take your tax problems and put them in the rearview mirror. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and call me.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Give him a call, see if he can help you. 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
All right, we're going to get on out of here. Hand it over to Kerry Crowley. See what he has going on tonight up until 9 o'clock. Kerry, what's going on?
Not a whole lot, Tom. How are you guys?
Tremendous. Thoughts on Snell?
Yeah. What a start to the Blake Snell era.
Yeah.
That's to borrow a John Miller phrase.
Yeah.
What a start to the Blake Snell era. It's Melanson-esque here in San Francisco.
Oof.
The contract's not all that different. You know, you're on the hook for about $60 million, and guy didn't get it done right away, and he's going on the injured list early in his career. So, you know, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Blake?
That's all you got, huh? That's it?
Well, I got to save some of it for my allotted 3 hours.
I got you.
So,
I understand.
That's a good point.
I heard that.
We're just we talked about that a little bit, and we're just very happy that Alex Berg, Giants bullpen catcher, is alive today.
Yeah, that was a tremendous play from him the other night with Camilo Doval in the light show. You know, that's.
You sound enthused. You sound like you love this thing. You're all over this.
I mean, the light show doesn't do it for me. It's every other major league stadium, or a lot of them have done it for now, and the Giants are getting into it. And I understand that Camilo's entrance is really cool, and you'd like to have your team hitting a bunch of home runs, and I don't know. The ballpark's been open for 25 years. There's never been an issue with the ballpark. People love it, and I don't think you need to manufacture something like this. I do appreciate that they're updating the traditions and that you're not going to hear "Don't Stop Believin'" every single game anymore and things like that. But I don't know. The light show for me is borrowing from other teams that have done it before. So that's where I stand
said
on
my
that.
Carey is the youngest old man ever. Is what Tim said.
I was going to say a little young for a get off my lawn.
Yeah. I mean, I also have epilepsy, so it doesn't help.
Oh, yeah, dude, there's that. There's that part, too.
It's not exactly the greatest thing for me.
This is a selfish take, then, Kerry, really. It's really all about you, I guess, and your health.
It really is. It really is.
Okay, let me ask you
we need to see that in the ninth inning of a ball game.
I think I have exactly the spot where we need to go with Kerry. Former beat writer for the Giants, right? For the many years, a handful of years, right? Homeroom, many years on the beat. So there was talk today on the postgame show. I asked Larry Baer about it too, because John Miller and Kruk and Kipe, and they were saying that playing a day game today, having an off day at home tomorrow, and then not playing a night game, not playing another game until night game on Friday. If you mesh those 2 half days together, you got 2 days off now. That's the way they were saying it. John Miller told the story. You got a stew going. That's exactly it. You cut those up, put them together. You got yourself a 2-day. So John Miller said his first year with the Giants on the broadcast team, he said they had a situation like this, and he said he had some miles saved up. And he's like,
there's still plenty of meat on that bone. You take this home, throw it in a pot, add some broth, a potato. Baby, you got a stew going.
You got a stew going, baby. He says he had some miles. His family was still out in Baltimore, and he goes, I figured it was a longer flight to Baltimore, and I was going to lose the hours if I went there, so I decided I was going to go to the Big Island. So he went to the Big Island. He stayed in Kona for a day, and then came back to call the game on the Friday, which is a riot, dude. And I know
amazing.
You've told us the great story of Andy Baggerly, who once needed to keep his status on whatever his gold status on United Miles was, or whatever the platinum diamond status was, and he had to he needed another, what was it, a few hundred miles or something like that. So he flew one day here to New York and back on December 30th, and then on December 31st he flew here to Boston and back. He did 2 round-trip flights to the East Coast in 2 days just so he could keep his flight status.
I'll tell you, the thing that always fascinated me the most about being on the beat and being in sports media with all these people who are traveling covering the team is the one thing that we cared about more than anything was hotel and airline status. And when I found out early on in my career that John Shea was a million miler with United, and he was constantly getting upgraded, I'm constantly sitting middle seat and realizing that it's going to take 2 decades of doing this to get out of the middle seat and bags flying across the country to go chase his
dedication,
status.
Dude.
I'll tell you what, you grow up quick. You grow up real quick learning how to chase status at Marriott's and United Airlines Alaska. I think Bags pivoted from United to Alaska, but I idolized the way that
John
that
Shea handled
it. Yeah, Alex Pavlovich was always really good at it. Henry wasn't. Henry didn't chase miles with the same efficiency as other people, and I don't think Henry would mind me saying that.
I'd love to get like an article from you guys with The Athletic on like the great breakdowns of the best traveling beat writers. Like get a breakdown of like the best basketball. You get them ranked. You can do interviews with people because this stuff is fascinating to me. This stuff cracks me up about how you guys go about this.
And also the thing that you got to do is if you're getting Marriott status and you're getting bonuses for every hotel that you check into, you want to check into a hotel that's downtown in the city that you're covering a game in, and then on getaway day you actually make the sacrifice and take a late night Uber ride out to a hotel by the airport so that you stay there for one night and you get that double points.
You get extra points, dude.
Yeah,
Whoa!
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah, and a quick exit to the airport.
Oh, exactly. It's amazing.
This is incredible
I used to
stuff.
do that in Denver. I used to do that. San Diego wasn't one. Phoenix, you're down by the ballpark anyway. But yeah, L.A. was another one where if you had to fly out of LAX, you would often get the Renaissance by the airport. There was all sorts of math that went into this. So as soon as the schedule comes out, forget about booking writers for shows that week, because I'm telling you, everyone is planning how they're going to get 100,000 miles or 25 flight segments that year. And I still remember 2021, I went 27 for 27 on-time flights with United that year. Made me a loyal United customer forever.
Still.
Wow.
Still, yeah. 27 for 27.
How's that going? How about your last 27? How are they?
And my last 27 have been about 5 for 27. But you know what? It was a generational run for that airline.
How about Air Malta? How about that?
Yeah, Air Malta. Gosh.
You're a loyal customer for life with Air Malta, I heard.
Yeah. Air Malta. They're still in business today after a couple of weeks ago, the shambles that they were in.
I don't care. He's just taking down Air Malta.
I still can't believe showing up to the airport. Yeah, showing up to the airport, Air Malta's little kiosk was next to flighttogo.com Airlines. You have to pay me to go flighttogo.com. Come on.
You ain't getting status with Flight to Go. You know what I mean?
No. Flighttogo.com.
Segments with Flight to Go.
Where are they flying to? I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, that is good stuff. Although I could have used you or someone similar to you when I was flying all those miles back in the early 2000s because I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
Oh.
And I think I just chucked away like 500,000 miles. I think I didn't use them and didn't keep them or whatever. And I remember looking on because I flew United. And that's what they flew me. And I used to go to United back to New York every weekend. Back to New York. And then usually it was Thursday to like Seattle or Phoenix or maybe even Denver because I'd do a game Thursday night. Then Friday I'd fly to New York for the studio show. And I don't know how many. I had so many miles and then never used
It's like the Million Miles March.
That's
I checked them out. I checked them out one day.
Nobody? Come on.
0. Stop.
Nobody. Tim just shook his head. And I was like, no, I can't riff now. It's like 6:04. I can't go Million Miles March. Come on. I'm the one guy who can do it. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Come on. Let him have his fun.
I'm working blue. Or
I can't even fly
black.
to San Jose.
See, I'm riffing. No, I can't riff. Come on, Tim. Got it again. There we go.
What do you got going on tonight, Gary?
Well, tomorrow's the NFL draft, and I would imagine most Giants fans don't want to talk about Blake Snell's performance today or lack thereof. So we'll take a few calls
talking groins.
Talking groins. By the way, pulled mine in my flag football championship the other night.
Oh
so,
no! What position were you playing?
Middle linebacker. Snell and I in the same boat right now, so I do have some sympathy for the guy.
Youngest old man ever, dude, pulling groins in his flag football championship.
I pulled someone's flag and I said, "Old man still got it."
You said old man still got it?
Yeah.
Wait, you don't play both ways? You only play backer?
Oh, yeah. I'm way too old to be playing both ways, Copes. Come on.
Come on, dude.
Leave that for kids.
It's your brain that's kept you in the game for so many years.
It really is.
Savvy, smart.
Yeah.
So did you guys win or what?
Won our semi on Sunday, lost our championship Monday. So kind of a brutal ending to the season.
Back-to-back for a football team, huh?
Well, again, that's why I wasn't playing both ways. You can't play 2 days in a row after the age of about 25. Come on.
So you lost this on Monday night?
Yeah,
So
Monday night.
Tom doing the Diamond Notes was for nothing then?
Really for nothing. I mean, Tom, I was barely able to get on the field in the second half. Sprained
that's okay.
thumb.
I was barely able to do the diamond nose.
Torn adductor. You went
like a Greenlaw is what you did for the second half of that game.
I was like,
He popped his groin on the sideline.
You really worry. Like you can't tear your ACL when your job isn't to be an athlete.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Yeah, I mean, you can't pop your Achilles getting off the couch. That's a bad deal.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not a good look to be walking around in crutches when you're in your 30s.
What happened?
My buddy blew 2 ACLs. two ACLs. One playing softball, one playing basketball in the park.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Oh
We
yeah,
had,
his wife was sad for him the first time. She was pissed the second time. I go, how'd Audrey feel? She goes, oh, she was mad. I go, damn, blow out your ACL, and she goes, yeah. She said, what are you doing out there, idiot?
Grow up, Peter Pan.
We had Copes. You might like this. We had our pitching coach back in you know when it's not kid pitch yet. You're in like second grade.
Oh, the coach pitches to you. I never played that, but I know they do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Our coach tore his Achilles during the season. Yeah.
What?
Had like the highest ERA in the league, which is of course which is what you want.
Yeah,
you want when it's coach pitch. Yeah, you're trying to have a Blake Snell ERA
he
out
popped
there.
his Achilles,
and he pops his Achilles, and no other parent could throw strikes. It was brutal.
You guys got killed for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean,
championship.
The third grade baseball, much like adult flag football. I'm always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah, that's it. Okay,
brother. Have a good show, Gary.
Appreciate you guys.
Oh, brother, that is I did the only time I popped my knee, and I have no idea what I did to it, was when I was snowboarding with Weston and Walker. Always wanted to go snowboarding, so I go, I'll go with you. So I go with them, and they after a half an hour, oh, it's too hard. I'm like, what? I go, we finally got up here. We did the whole. I go, well, screw you guys. I'm going to keep going, and I went, and popped my knee. Because anybody that's ever been snowboarding, I've been once, you realize there's not a lot of mobility below the knee. No. Like your knee takes everything. And I spun, front of the board got stuck, and I spun around, and I heard a pop. And I was like, I'm not even going to go check that out. I don't even care. I'm just going to ice it, and hopefully it heals. But I'm not getting surgery. So I don't know. I don't know. MCL, ACL. I don't know what's going on down there. But I know I heard a pop. And I was like, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You wanted me to come out here with you, and you quit after half an hour. Quitters. We
can leave it with this one. As Alex on the YouTube chat just says, Kerry's out here like Vince Papale, dude. Looking to make a team. Looking to make a team, dude. He's looking to try out for the Niners next year.
In the parking lot, in the rain,
just run to hit that little touch the tip of that thing
in the mud.
Yeah. He's like you're calling Greg Kinnear. Who's
That's right. Rediscovering his love of the game.
Dude, that's so funny.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Like Vince Papale.
Let's thank our guests, Jim Peterson, Larry Baer. Thank you very much, Derek, Tim. Nice job today, fellas. And we will see you guys out there. If you want to come out and join us, we're going to be out there. I'll be out there from 2 to 5. Show will be 2 to 5. And then it'll keep on going right up until the 49ers draft pick, somewhere around 9 o'clock. But there will be good cheer and spirits. So everyone will have a good time while they're out there.
So we'll be out there.
Hell or high watermelon. I haven't had one of those in a while, and those are, refreshing. I must say, delicious.
Refreshing.
So coming out, 21st Amendment is where we will be, 2 o'clock tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see some of you guys and ladies out there. And until then, Copes, I will see you tomorrow.
All right, dude, see you then.
Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful. Touchdown! Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. It's the eve of the NFL Draft. 49ers slated to pick number 31 overall. Of course, there could be movement tomorrow night. John Lynch has foreshadowed that, whether it be up or back. 49ers are always an active team on draft night, and for the first time since 2021, they've got a first-round pick to make, at least at the moment. Should they make that pick? Should they move up from 31? Should they move back? We'll take your calls this evening on everything the 49ers should do on Thursday, including whether they should reach a resolution with Brandon Ayuk. It doesn't feel to me like this is something that will be done by Thursday evening. I think after the first round of the NFL draft, Brandon Ayuk is still a member of the 49ers. I think at the end of the 2024 season, Brandon Ayuk is still a very productive member of the 49ers, but the chatter has certainly increased in recent days. The speculation that the Colts, the Jaguars, the Steelers could all be in on Brandon Ayuk, it's ramped up, and for good reason. He is a tremendous talent. The 49ers have paid so many different players over the course of the last few seasons, but I really do believe that even with the St. Brown deal getting done today, after the Devontae Smith deal got done a few weeks ago, and with CeeDee Lamb slated to get paid by the Dallas Cowboys at some point within the next few months, I still believe the 49ers will find a way to pay Brandon Ayuk, keep him and Brock Purdy together, and keep this Super Bowl window wide open here in the 2024 season. And so plenty to get into tonight. 415-808-KNBR is the number. A reminder to you that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Brandon Ayuk, where do you stand on this decision for the 49ers? I would imagine the vast majority of you out there would want to keep Brandon Ayuk in a 49ers uniform, but is there a potential deal out there? Is it pick 10? Is it pick 12? Is there some team that you think the 49ers could move up with and get a deal that ultimately would net them a wide receiver coming out of the draft who's cheap on a rookie contract, who could potentially position this team better moving forward? Is there some deal out there that you believe in? If not, why are you against the 49ers trading Brandon Ayuk? I'll give you my breakdown throughout the evening. I'll give you several different reasons why. And we'll discuss what the 49ers should do with their first-round pick headed into Thursday night. As you just heard Tolbert and Covis mention, they're going to be live tomorrow afternoon at 21st Amendment, 2 to 5. Then our NFL draft coverage begins here on KNBR. You're going to have Papa and Lund and Todd Husak down at Santa Clara at 49ers headquarters. You're going to have the draft party rolling on with Copes, Marcus, and John Dickinson over at 21st Amendment. It's going to be a heck of a day, and I hope the 49ers make it entertaining for everyone. We'll discuss what they could do, what they should do on the other side. Your calls, your texts, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Please do jump in. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants placed left-hander Blake Snell on the 15-day injured list today with a left adductor strain. He's 0-3 with an 11.57 ERA. More on that story available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
you've just got decisions. And I agree. You can fit a lot more, and you can go all in, and they're trying to have sustained success. But as long as they have this nucleus still, they should try to go after it. But, you know, I think a lot of teams would say if you're paying your quarterback and you're paying one elite receiver, you should probably look to try to not pay the second one big money in terms of allocation.
Speak your mind on these sports leaders. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Do the 49ers have the room to pay both Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, with Brock Purdy slated to get a big payday potentially as soon as next offseason? Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Would love to hear from you this evening. Your thoughts on Brandon Ayuk. Should the 49ers trade him? Why the 49ers should keep him if you're in the camp that I'm in right now. Believe that Brandon Ayuk is essential, critical to the 49ers offense and its success, and particularly Brock Purdy's development at the quarterback position. I kind of wanted to start off the show tonight talking Ayuk because there's been a number of rumors within the past 48, 72 hours tying Ayuk to teams across the NFL. The Indianapolis Colts are hungry to get a wide receiver and get a true wide receiver one. They've got Michael Pittman there in Indianapolis. He's been great, but I think that Anthony Richardson coming back, the stakes are high for the Colts right now. They seem like a potential landing spot for a team that could be trading a wide receiver. The Pittsburgh Steelers, of course, what they've done this offseason has added 2 quarterbacks in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and we'll see how that plays out in Pittsburgh, but they are rumored to be very high on Brandon Ayuk. And then there's the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have Trent Baalke as their as the 49ers' former general manager. He's now running the show in Jacksonville. They've been tied to Brandon Ayuk, but I'll say this. It doesn't matter how many teams are tied to Brandon Ayuk right now, how many teams might show interest. I think the 49ers would have to receive an overwhelming offer to give up Ayuk, understanding that 2024 might be their last best shot at winning a Super Bowl in this current window that they're in. And this is a window that opened way back in 2019 when Jimmy Garoppolo led this team to the 13-3 record, number 1 seed in the NFC. It's a window that opened, quite honestly, a year earlier than Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and Jed York even anticipated it would open. But the 49ers were back in the Super Bowl just a few months ago. They, of course, lose again to the Kansas City Chiefs. It's going to be extremely difficult to overcome Patrick Mahomes if he's in that game because he's a generational talent and he's one of the best to ever do it. He's already solidified himself in that club. And so you need to build a complete roster that has the ability to take down a roster that's propped up by its quarterback. This year, the 49ers were not able to do that, even though they got off to a good start in the Super Bowl. And so it's back to square one because every year it's back to square one. And I do believe that if the 49ers are going to get back to the big game this year, Brandon Ayuk has to be a part of the plan. I don't see a scenario where the 49ers would trade Ayuk and draft a successor in the first round this year and potentially get better. I think that Brock Purdy and Ayuk have clear developed chemistry, and I think that starting from scratch there and thinking longer term at the wide receiver position would actually hurt the 49ers in that regard on the offensive side of the football. I think that they do have the room to pay Brandon Ayuk because there are a number of players, George Kittle, Charvarius Ward, whose contracts come off the books prior to the 2026 season. And so the 49ers are going to be able to structure a contract for Ayuk. I really do believe in a 4-year window to where the biggest cap hits would be in 26 and 27, and you're potentially creating an opportunity for maximizing Ayuk and Purdy together. Deebo Samuel likely wouldn't be a part of it in 26, 27, but you're paying Deebo Samuel right now to be your big producer. And as Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle said in the intro there, 49ers are in an interesting position because traditionally teams don't want to pay 2 wide receivers at the same time. It's very difficult to build a sustainable contender and do that. But I think that the 49ers will reach a point, whether it's next year or the year after, where they'll be paying 1 wide receiver. In my mind, it's Brandon Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel will probably be elsewhere, which just goes to show you how difficult it is to keep this championship window open, because at some point the 49ers are going to have to make subtractions from this roster in order to fit everyone who they believe can be a extremely valuable contributor to a Super Bowl caliber roster, can be. And I don't think that point is right now. I think that point is probably 1 to 2 years down the line. And I think that 2024 should be an all-in season, and trading Brandon Ayuk would take away, in my opinion, from that all-in mentality. So Mike Silver was on with Murph and Marcus this morning discussing John Lynch's comments from the press conference that he gave on Monday down at 49ers headquarters. Lynch did not want to talk Ayuk. He wanted to talk about the draft. He wanted to talk about the way that the 49ers were positioning themselves, and we will do plenty of that here this evening. But he was asked a number of questions with regard to Brandon Ayuk. Mike Silver was able to read between the lines a little. Raph, this is cut B here on John Lynch's comments on Brandon Ayuk. Here's what John Lynch had to say, and here's how Mike Silver interpreted it.
I mean, he clearly was not unequivocal. He did not say we are not trading him, which he kind of was with Bosa. So, but, all my reporting tells me that is accurate. They are considering all possibilities. They have kind of back channel put out feelers, I know, to at least one team, wondering if that team had some interest. Other teams are very aware that he is, quote, in play, but they're not dumping him. In other words, you've got to offer them something that they think is enough, and so far that hasn't happened. They seem to be dug in on a first-round pick, though that could theoretically change. Where in the first round, I think is an issue. And then, Buckner is a good thing to look at, right? Because they were able to get the 13th overall pick in that draft. So the value of that, they believed, was, okay, we're going to pay Armstead instead of Buckner. We will trade Buckner. We'll get the 13th pick. We'll be able to replace him. Now, that part didn't go so well, but in their minds, that's what they were thinking. That was the same draft, by the way, where they traded back up from 31 to 25, I believe, to get Brandon Ayuk. And, he's matured, he's developed, he's everything you'd want.
I think that there's a number of factors, and Mike Silver just ran through them, that will contribute to the 49ers' decision. But ultimately, there's a few that I think that the 49ers will keep in mind in keeping Brandon Ayuk past Thursday. One of them, trading Brandon Ayuk would be potentially the biggest risk the offense could have from a personnel standpoint, that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan could make from a personnel standpoint, because in my mind, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, all more injury prone in their styles than Brandon Ayuk. Now, that's not to say that Brandon Ayuk couldn't get hurt next year and the other three could go through a season completely healthy. These types of things happen in the NFL, but through Ayuk's career, he's shown to be less injury prone than the other three playmakers on the 49ers offense. The other factor to consider here, as all these mock drafts come out, and I'll give you my top 10 picks much later on in tonight's show, and you look at big boards from draft insiders and analysts, there's a clear top three in terms of wide receivers, and those three players are Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Nabers, and Rome Odunze. Harrison Jr. out of Ohio State, Malik Nabers out of LSU, and Rome Odunze out of Washington. And all three of those players are expected to be off the board by the time the top 10 picks are concluded. And so it's not as if the 49ers could trade up to 20 and get one of these elite wide receivers, one of these elite playmakers. To me, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's head out to you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go to Jim in Sunnyvale. Jim in Sunnyvale, you're on Sports Phone. Jim, how's it going this evening?
Hey, no big deal, but it's Tim.
Oh, my bad on that. I've got my screen a little far. It was entered correctly as Tim, so that's my eyesight right. Failing me.
First of all, Kerry, you do a great job. Love listening to you. Now, Brandon Ayuk, he wants big money. I mean, He sees himself, he does. He has produced, but he's produced in this offense. I don't think he's a top 10 receiver. There's at least 10 receivers that would perform better. And I don't see why they should give him this money and we're taking away more from the roster there. There are receivers, good top 10 quality receivers that become available. Stephon Diggs looks like he wants out of Buffalo, right? Can we get him out of Buffalo?
He's already out of Buffalo. He's already on the Houston Texans.
Oh, right. You know what? I was thinking that was somebody else. But either way, Brandon Ayuk, I can't see them spending the money on him. He goes anywhere else, he is maybe top 20 at best.
Okay. I see where you're headed here, Jim, or Tim, I should say. And I understand the fact that he may not be a top 10 guy. And I get that. But does the emotion of understanding that the 49ers could, end this Super Bowl window without Ayuk being a part of their offense and weakening this offense and this whole unit, does that get to you at all in terms of this, or are you able to think about this so clear-minded that there's a line that you won't cross with regard to paying Ayuk?
Well, they have to have a backup plan. That's the thing. You can't lose Ayuk and go with the status quo here, because Juwan Jennings is great. He's not a number one or number two. Obviously, Devo's great, and you can't pay that guy enough for what he does for the offense in multiple aspects. But I think Ayuk can be replaced with even a mid-grade receiver.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate the call. Thank you for your time this evening. And I do think there are other people out there who share Tim's viewpoint on the way that a roster is built. And if Brandon Ayuk really wants top 5 or top 10 wide receiver money, the 49ers should look and at least explore their options. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that the 49ers are in a position where they could structure a contract that gets Brandon Ayuk into the 10 to 12 range and satisfies both parties in terms of how many more wide receivers are paid better than he is. And I think that it can be done, but I'm also not privy to the negotiations here. And so if the 49ers have determined that Ayuk's price isn't going to come down, then I do understand Tim's point in saying you have to at least explore the opportunities and have a backup plan, because it's very easy for me to sit here, and I've devoted the first 30 minutes of my show to sit here and saying it would be ridiculous to trade Brandon Ayuk. But at the same time, if the number that he's requesting is ridiculous, maybe the 49ers are at least doing their due diligence by checking in on what kind of offers they can get, how Ayuk is viewed around the league, because I'm sure there are other teams who see him as an extraordinarily valuable player who might fit even better into their systems than he's fit in the 49ers system. Now, with that being said, he's a tremendous fit in the 49ers system. He has been so good over the last 2 seasons, up over 1,000 yards. I think that the chemistry that he's developed with Brock Purdy is invaluable, and it would just be hard for me to sit here and tell you that the 49ers would be a better team next year if Ayuk is off the roster. And I think that winning a Super Bowl has to matter. It has to be the priority, and you pay the price for paying the player down the road. You know, if there's a season in 2026, 2027 where you win 6 or 7 games as opposed to 10 or 11, and that's because you paid Brandon Ayuk and you paid too many players and they're on the backside of their careers and they're not producing, so be it, because I'd rather take a shot at winning a Super Bowl. Let's get one more call in here before the break. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go to Peter in Morgan Hill. Peter in Morgan Hill, you're on Sports Phone. Peter, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how you doing?
Doing well on my end. How's it going with you, Peter?
We're doing all right. Hey, so, I mean, I am no football analyst by any means, but when I just look at the field and I look at the team and I look at the season, I always really liked Juwan Jennings. I mean, he had some really crucial catches in the playoffs. Obviously it's his body of work. He wasn't receiver 1 or even 2. He was more like receiver 3. But you have so many weapons on that team when it comes to Kittle, Debo, McCaffrey. I'm just kind of thinking Ayuk's his price is up right now. So
yeah,
let's get something for him, right? And start to throw. I would really like to see them get something. Again, I don't know, but I would really like to see them get somebody that is speedy and can get downfield really fast and spread that field a little bit more north and south. yeah, so that's about all I got. And, you know, the other thing, and this is just a personal note, I'm kind of getting sick and tired of all these prima donna, so-be top one receivers, you know, playing the, oh, you know what, my contract's up, I want more money. I know it's part of the game, but, God, I mean, there's just people out there that are hurting right now, and I just hate seeing people complain, but I get it. But, yeah, I'm not a fan of the tactics, I guess.
All good. I understand where you're coming from, Peter. I totally get it. And thank you for the phone call. I think that, you know, the way you're expressing is totally valid. And you'd like to see, you know, these people making millions of dollars, you know, not complain and not go into these holdout situations and be grateful for what they've got. But at the same time, I'm telling you, if I found out that another evening radio host was comparable in talent and all of a sudden got signed to a much bigger contract, I'll tell you what, I would call up my agent. I don't have one. It's me. And I would say, Carrie, you got to do a better job negotiating for yourself. And so I think that any of us in that position, even when I was like a youth baseball umpire in high school, if I found out that someone was making more money, I'd want to make the same rate as them. And so I get it. It's not the, you know, you think that at a certain level, those conversations shouldn't be a part of it anymore. But, you know, that's just the way of our world. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. When we come back, I see Mike on the line, I see Betty on the line, and I see a few more people dialing in right now. We also have some texts that I want to get to. This Brandon Ayuk discussion, I'm going to keep rolling here. We'll talk Giants baseball around 7 o'clock this evening. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. Brian Peacock will join me around 8:15 tonight. Talking 49ers, talking NFL draft, and talking Brandon Ayuk, the subject of the hour here at 6 o'clock. Should the 49ers pay Brandon Ayuk like a number one wide receiver? Should he be paid like a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL? Or would you rather trade Brandon Ayuk? I've made my case. I think the 49ers are better off and more capable of winning a Super Bowl next year if you keep Ayuk on this roster and continue to let Brock Purdy and Ayuk develop the chemistry that is shown so productive for this team. But we've received a number of calls from people who feel the opposite way, people who would rather see the 49ers trade Ayuk, start fresh at the wide receiver position, get a little younger there, and get a little faster at the wide receiver position as well. And so I am mildly surprised. I get it. I understand all of those arguments, but I would have thought that most 49ers fans out there would say, gotta keep Brandon Ayuk because this Super Bowl window, in my opinion, it's not going to be open forever. And I do think that Ayuk can play a critical role in helping the 49ers win one in 2024. Let's go out to the phone lines right now. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go to Betty in Benicia. Betty in Benicia, you're on Sports Zone. Betty, how are you this evening?
I'm fine. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course. What's on your mind?
So, you know what? I'm in agreement with you. I think we should keep Ayuk for sure. I mean, he's great with the 49ers, and honestly, they need him.
Yeah.
You know, and he does an excellent job. I mean, he puts his 100% plus in there, and I think he deserves to be paid more and stay with the 49ers. So
I like it.
That's my take.
I appreciate you agreeing with me, Betty. It's nice to hear from someone like you who agrees with my sentiment. Thank you for the call. Brandon Ayuk last season, 75 catches, 1,342 yards. That's 17.9 yards per reception. 7 touchdowns for the 49ers. Second team All-Pro. So second team All-Pro would suggest that he is a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. Should he be paid as such? 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's head to Mike in Fairfield. Mike in Fairfield, you're on Sports Phone. Mike, how's it going this evening?
All right, Gary Crowley. All right, what's going on? How are you?
Oh, doing well on our end. What's on your mind?
You know, I'm thinking about the Brandon Ayuk conversation today, and as I see it, the eyeball test, he makes catches, he plays with heart. I want him on the team. Same thing with chemistry. It seems like Brock Purdy can just kind of feel around and he'll put the ball right where Ayuk is going to be. They've got a great chemistry. The dollars and cents of it, I think the Niners have I see two ends of the spectrum. They offer him a low annual average and guarantee most of it, get him to stay, or offer him a big number, spread out with the 27 season to be in the big cap hit, maybe mostly incentive laden. Maybe he can be the top receiver if he makes his metrics.
Yeah.
And I think the Niners should be firm with whatever the offer is. If Brandon wants to move on next year, then let him go. Don't overpay him, but use him this year. Now's the time. I agree. Mortgage the future for right now because, hey, as Kyle said, we don't even know who's going to be here Sunday.
That's such a good one. Such a good one, Mike. I appreciate your call. Thank you for dialing us up tonight. Really appreciate the way you ended that because we don't even know who's going to be here on Sunday is absolutely the right mentality when it comes to the 2024 San Francisco 49ers. Who knows who's still going to be in their prime in 2025? Who knows who the 49ers will be able to pay in 2025? I say get the deal done. Kick the can down the road and worry about these tough decisions later because you know that the 49ers are set up to be really good this year. These Super Bowl windows close fast in the NFL. They close really fast. And the 49ers have had this window open since 2019. They've done an incredible job at keeping this window open, at paying the right players. For the most part, there's certainly moves that they'd want back. I think DeForest Buckner qualifies as one of them. They had to make a tough decision this offseason with Eric Armstead. Now I'm fascinated to see what happens next. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Sit out to Ryan and San Bruno. Ryan in San Bruno, you're on Sports Zone. Ryan, how's it going this evening?
It's going great. I believe that Brandon Ayuk is without question a top 5 receiver in the NFL.
Wow,
when you look
top 5.
Yeah. The reason why I say that is because, number one, his targets are obviously depleted because of the supporting cast that he plays around. He ranks number 1 in terms of yards per target, yards per catch. When you look at the clutch factor, for example, the perfect example would be in the Green Bay game. If Brandon Ayuk doesn't make that crucial catch at the end of the game, the 49ers in all likelihood lose that game. So the way I see it, without him, the 49ers really do not have a realistic chance at winning a Super Bowl. I mean, because they barely beat Green Bay and Detroit, and Ayuk played a crucial role in both of those outcomes. Of course, we would save money with him not being on the roster. However, I mean, the whole purpose of having a Super Bowl roster and cap space is, of course, to acquire more talent and to having, better players on that roster that give you a better chance of winning a Super Bowl, because it's a proven fact that the more Class A players that you have on your team, the more superstars you have, the better chance that you have of hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. So I just think that keeping him long-term is very critical for the 49ers and essential for them in order for them to have a realistic chance of winning a Super Bowl, because you have all these other teams that are only getting better. I mean, look at the Houston Texans. Look
at the Detroit Lions. They paid Amon St. Brown today. They paid Penei Sewell today. They're getting better. They almost beat the 49ers this year. So I'm right there with you.
Exactly, and Green Bay Packers too. They have a first and 2 second-round picks, so they're coming for us. So we have to acquire as much talent as we can in order to hopefully one day pull it out and get that next Lombardi Trophy. And I just wanted to leave it on that point. And I know you got a lot of other callers that are on hold, so I'll just let you take the reins and run with it.
All right. Thank you for the call, Ryan. Appreciate that one. Agree with most of what Ryan said. I don't think that I'm willing to put Ayuk in my top 5 in the NFL in terms of wide receivers. I don't. There's just so many great wide receivers out there right now. Come to mind, there's Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams. Maybe right now Brandon Ayuk is as good or better than some of those guys, CeeDee Lamb, but it's just easy to start rattling off names and figuring out that top 5 might be a real aggressive placement for him. But I do think that you think about the 10 to 12 best wide receivers in the NFL, and I put him in that category. Deebo Samuel is paid like a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL, but I think he does things in such a different fashion in the 49ers offense that you almost don't consider him a true wide receiver, a true wide receiver 1. You look at him at what he does, he's a wide back. There are just different things, different dimensions that he brings to the 49ers offense. And so he's still paid like a top wide receiver, but I think that Ayuk is the more true talent at that position, if you guys understand what I'm saying there. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Set up to Will in Portland. Will in Portland, you're on Sports Zone. Will, how's it going this evening?
Good, Kerry. How are you doing tonight?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, I want to bring up the fact, Lynch can come out and say whatever he wants, but the reality is Niners don't have to pay him for another 2 years.
That is true.
They got the 5th-year option, then they can tag him. If you're really trying to win a Super Bowl in these next 2 years, that's going to be the most cost-effective thing that they can do, in my opinion, is they can come out and save face, say whatever they want, but that's what's going to save money. And then I also kind of agree with Tim Jim earlier, whatever his name was.
It was initially Jim, then we determined it was Tim. But yes, very, very good caller.
But I think Tim brings up a good point. I think Ayuk is a huge beneficiary of Shanahan's offense. Like, as complicated as it is, I think he benefits from not being the primary target with, even though he does play the primary receiver, Debo's still a threat. CMC is still a threat. Kittle's still a threat. So I think Ayuk isn't getting as game planned as he would for. I mean, I would love to see what Ayuk could do getting double teamed, with a third guy floating over top, see how he produces then. But, I think he's a huge beneficiary of Shanahan.
Okay.
Take your thoughts off the air, though.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the call, Will. Thank you for that. And look, Brandon Ayuk unquestionably benefits from playing in the same offense as Deebo Samuel, as George Kittle, as Christian McCaffrey, and having Kyle Shanahan as the play caller. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think that you put up back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons with fewer than 80 catches without the big play potential, without the extending play potential, without the crisp route running that Brandon Ayuk brings to the table. I do think certainly any player who held his role in the 49ers offense would benefit from being in that situation. But I think that he's got real talent. I think that he has some of the best route running skills in the NFL. I think that he is an aggressive blocker, and he's not given enough credit for the blocking that he provides on the edge. Quite frankly, there are just a number of other great wide receivers out there who, if you put them in the 49ers offense, they might get their yards, but they wouldn't help the offense in the same way that Brandon Ayuk does, because he is such a tremendous blocker, and I think that there's real value in that. So let's keep the phone lines going here. Moose in San Francisco. Moose in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. Moose, how's it going this evening?
It's going all right. How are you?
Doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Moose?
Thank you for taking the call. Muchos aprisiones. I'm curious what you think personally, what side you come down on, because obviously you would want to keep Ayuk. He can ball. But if you're on the general manager side, this is all done with like a 5-year plan, right?
Yep.
And it's like after your rookie contract, we can give you big money. But then you have players who are like, I'm one hit away from being out of here. And if you reach, all-star status by your third year, what do you do in that situation? And if I may ask, do you think him and his team saying, if you don't give me the money, I'll find it elsewhere, does that question whether he's a team player? I appreciate the call. Thank you. Like your show.
Of course. Yeah, no, good stuff, Mitch. Moose. We got Mitch on the line here in just a moment. But here's what I'll say in terms of where I stand on the Ayuk thing if I was a general manager. I've said this with regard to the San Francisco Giants before, and I just don't think that the general manager, the president of baseball operations, the head of a football operations department should think about their job as one that they'll hold for 10 to 15 years. I think that there's so much transition and there's such short leashes across all of sports that you have to think about your 5-year plan, and you have to, if you are fortunate enough to get to 5 years, think about at most maybe 2 to 3 years out. I'm sure there have been times where John Lynch has thought about walking away for an Amazon deal or a broadcast deal because it's just easier to be in the media side than it is to be a general manager. And if the 49ers season goes south next year, if things spiral out of control, who knows? I mean, that's how quick these type of decisions are made. And so if I was in John Lynch's shoes, I would do everything I possibly could to prioritize the 2024 roster. I would give Brandon Ayuk the contract, and I would give him big money in the years 2026 and 2027, and I'd keep the cap hit low for 2024 and 2025. And I'd say, you know what? That's a future me problem, because quite honestly, future me may not be dealing with that. Because if you don't win a Super Bowl, patience runs thin. People question the direction. And the 49ers have kept this window open for so long that you have to figure one of these next 2 seasons, they either get it done or they don't, and then they start to take a step back in 2026. And maybe they'll be like, the New England Patriots of the dynasty era, where they're just consistently good. Or maybe they'll be like the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they're always over 500 because John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan raised the floor of this team, of this organization. But nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is a given. And I always say, and I said it this year coming into the San Francisco Giants season, just put the best team on the field in 2024 and figure out the future in the future. On the other side, we'll keep taking Ayuk calls if you've got them. I'd like to transition to some Giants baseball as well. Blake Snell goes on the injured list today, 15 days. Could be out more than that. been a brutal start to his Giants career, and we'll discuss that and so much more on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown got a 4-year, $120 million deal today with $77 million guaranteed. What does this mean for Brandon Ayuk's contract? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Purdy going to can the play here. His three receivers right, Ayuk and Juszczyk left. Going deep down the sideline for Ayuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you into the 7 o'clock hour. We'll take you all the way up until 9 o'clock this evening here on The Leader. Tomorrow evening, the first round of the NFL Draft. The 49ers, always good for a surprise or two, at least during the John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan era. Would it be a surprise if Brandon Ayuk is on the move tomorrow? I'm of the belief the 49ers can, should, and will keep Ayuk in a San Francisco uniform. But there are other teams, the Colts, the Steelers, the Jaguars, who've all been rumored to show interest in Brandon Ayuk. Will he be on the move? Will the 49ers get an offer that's too good to pass up with their understanding of what Ayuk expects to earn in his next contract? We've had a number of great callers dial us up so far this evening, express thoughts on both sides of the equation. A, the 49ers should keep Ayuk. B, the 49ers should trade Ayuk. And I've understood pretty much every argument that's been made thus far, but keep them coming. This has been fun, and we'll talk Giants baseball here in the 7 o'clock hour. I promise that. I know there's a few people on the text line who are eager to hear about the loss today to the New York Mets, probably eager to express their frustration on the phone line, especially with Blake Snell headed to the injured list. But let's keep this Brandon Ayuk conversation going. We're headed out to Derek in Concord. Derek in Concord, you're on Sports Phone. Derek, how's it going this evening?
Hey, how you doing, Kerry?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Derek?
What I'm looking at, man, is Ayuk being with the Niners, like you said, they almost there. It's like a running back running the ball all the way downfield and then taking him out and giving the ball to the fullback and letting him score the touchdown. Niners eventually going to get there. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that with all the chemistry they got between their receivers, I mean, all of them, not just the wide receivers, but the ones that can catch like a wide receiver, like McCaffrey and Kittle, they have the ability, all of them have the ability to be decoys for each other. It's hard to double team one of their receivers because the other ones can play decoys because all of them are threats. That's just what I want to say.
Yeah, I got you. So let's say the 49ers are offered something in the 10 to 15 range. I don't think they will be, Derek, but let's say they're offered pick 12, 13. Do you consider it? How strongly do you feel here?
I know the businessmen are going to look at it from a business, right? But
yep, as always.
I'm kind of old school, and I'm before all the free agency period and all of that, and I think from the way I think about it, I think they should consider loyalty first. The guy's from the Bay Area, and it would be nice to see him win with the 49ers.
Yeah, that's very well said, Derek. I appreciate that call. I appreciate your thoughts. Good stuff, and I agree with you, and so maybe that's why I'm so enthusiastic right now. 408 on the text line. The reason Brandon Ayuk wants all the money is the catch that he made last year, the one that went off his helmet that he caught near the end zone. Catch of the year, it's a highlight reel play, and because of that, he's going to get paid. I'll add to this. The guy caught more than 1,300 receiving yards this year on fewer than 80 catches. That's nearly 18 yards per reception. What he did for the 49ers offense, his ability to stretch the field, his ability to open up running lanes on the perimeter of the field as a blocker, I think it's much more than just one catch. I think that catch showed the rest of the league what Brandon Ayuk is capable of, tremendous focus, but I also think that he is just a complete package at the wide receiver position, and there are a few players who bring the route running capabilities and the blocking capabilities to the wide receiver position that he does. And so I think that he probably sees himself as a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL, wants to get paid as such, and the 49ers probably will draw a line here. And if Ayuk is insistent that, he earns close to $45 million, guaranteed money, I don't know. I don't know where they will ultimately come down on this, but it's fascinating. It is fascinating to see what will happen here for Brandon Ayuk as the 49ers ultimately make this decision. Like I said, I would still anticipate he's a 49er after tomorrow evening, after the first round of the NFL draft. And if he is, I don't see any way that Brandon Ayuk is moved before the start of the regular season. I do see a way where they get him a long-term contract extension, and he becomes a part of this franchise for much longer than the next year to 2 years in which he is still under contract. Let's go out to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch in New Jersey, you're on Sports Phone. Mitch, how's it going this evening?
Going well. How you doing, Kerry?
Doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Mitch?
You got to keep him. He's a sure thing. I know it's a deep draft. I would like to see him keep him, give him his money at some tandem they got. Not as good as Rice and Stoll, of course. I'd like to see him be aggressive. Get the UCLA defensive end,
Latu, yeah.
Latu too. Be a little aggressive, moving into the teens. And because I didn't like some of their pickups and where they broke up the defensive line to save money, and hopefully they can give some of that money to Ayuk.
Yeah.
And, it's going fast, and thanks for taking my call.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for the call, Mitch. Appreciate your thoughts. We did have one texter here. Let me pull it up. 650 saying, on the biggest stage in the Super Bowl, Brandon Ayuk was not a factor. 3 catches, 49 yards for the 49ers, no touchdowns against the Kansas City Chiefs. What I will add to that is that Chiefs secondary was phenomenal. The Chiefs secondary is elite and maybe the best the 49ers played against all season long. Now, the other caveat I'll add is Brandon Ayuk, in his career in the postseason, really hasn't had that many memorable performances. Against Detroit, 3 receptions, 68 yards, 1 touchdown, but again, just 3 catches. Against Green Bay this year, 3 catches, 32 yards, no touchdowns. The previous season, 2023, over 3 playoff games, he combined for 6 catches and a little over 100 yards, which are, the totals you'd like to see from a number 1 wide receiver making upward of $30, $40 million a year over a single game. And some of that is the product of the 49ers offense, the way they call things and distribute the ball to various players and how many different weapons they have. But I will say there might be some merit to that text, and I am one of the biggest proponents of the 49ers keeping Ayuk, but you look at how he's performed in the playoffs, and it could be harder for them to justify giving him the money of a truly elite wide receiver who has the game-changing talent, who won't have a 3-4 catch performance when the 49ers need him to have an 8 to 10 catch performance. I look at it like this. If Justin Jefferson is out there, the Minnesota Vikings are going to target him at minimum 12 to 15 times. That's just the way they operate. Now, 49ers don't have to do that with Brandon Ayuk because they have the luxury of all this other talent. But with that being said, you'd like to be able to throw him the ball a little bit more, and he did not get open enough against the Kansas City Chiefs in that Super Bowl. So all valid points tonight. Different ends of the spectrum here so far on Sports Phone KNBR. It's been a lot of fun breaking down this situation, and I'll tell you what, it'll be a lot more fun tomorrow evening on KNBR when you've got 2 shows tomorrow night breaking down the NFL Draft. John Lund, Greg Papa, Todd Husak down at Santa Clara in the 49ers headquarters. If the 49ers make a pick in the first round, which I'm advocating that they should move up. I think that group will have some really interesting things to say based on the atmosphere down in Santa Clara. And then you've got the big party up at 21st Amendment Brewery with Tom Tolbert, Adam Copeland kicking things off at 2 o'clock. Then we switch to our NFL Draft show tomorrow evening. You'll have Copes, you'll have John Dickinson, you'll have Marcus Boucher, the water boy, in there at 21st Amendment. So it's going to be a great evening of coverage here on KNBR tomorrow night. I cannot wait to tune in, and quite honestly, I'm gonna enjoy the night off from Sports Phone. Appreciate all that we've done here so far, talking 49ers football. On the other side, I want to talk some Giants baseball as they miss an opportunity today to sweep the New York Mets. They fall to 12-14 on the season, still 4th in the National League West. Could have crept up to 500 on the year, did not do so. But really the big news, Blake Snell, after 3 horrible starts, is on the injured list with an injury that's likely to keep him out 3 to 4 weeks. And so what does that mean for the Giants moving forward? What does it mean for the future of the Giants-Blake Snell pairing that they pinned so many of their 2024 hopes on? We'll break that down, take your calls on Blake Snell and the state of the San Francisco Giants on the other side. 415-808-KNBR is the number. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
There's the runner going. The ball is grounded to second. That's picked up by McNeil. He throws over to first, doesn't throw it away, and the game is over. Soler now 0 for 4 with a walk. The Jazz get an unearned run here in the 9th inning as they are beaten by the New York Mets 8-2.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Well, it's never a good sign when you get the subdued John Miller call to end a ball game. And the tone was correct, as it always is, from the Hall of Famer. The end of today's 8-2 defeat for the San Francisco Giants. They missed an opportunity to sweep a series against the New York Mets. A day that lined up for Sean Manaea to face Blake Snell, I thought was kind of indicative of the offseason that the Giants had, and it, in my mind, was a chance for them to prove all of the hard work that they put in was spent building a better baseball team. And instead, prior to today's game, Blake Snell goes on the injured list with his 0-3 11-plus ERA record, and Sean Manaea fires shutout ball against the Giants. 4 2/3 innings, 4 hits, allowed 4 walks, but again, none of the traffic on the base paths meant anything as he struck out 6 batters, picked up some timely Ks as well, and the Mets get out of Oracle Park with an 8-2 victory. Heck of a day for Francisco Lindor. Giants tried to keep him off the bases this series, were unable to do so today, and Lindor put an exclamation point on the afternoon with his second home run of the day in the 9th inning. So Giants lose 8-2, but the real story today is the injury to Blake Snell and what it means for this team, what it means for this rotation moving forward, and really what it means for the San Francisco Giants as a franchise, because this is a team that I would say since Farhan Zaidi took over as president of baseball operations, has been reluctant to spend the way it once did during the Brian Sabean and Bobby Evans era. And of course, when you win World Series, you're more likely to spend money because the gates are better, you're making more money, and you don't have to be as cautious with your approach. And after that 2017 season, 98 losses. After 2018, when things go awry again following the Evan Longoria and Andrew McCutchen trades, Giants had to start over. They had to take a step back without doing a full-scale tear-down rebuild. They kept Buster Posey. They kept Madison Bumgarner, Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt, and you knew it was kind of going to be a long process for them to get back to where they wanted to be. But this was the first winter where they've gone all out, where, no, they didn't sign Shohei Ohtani to $1 billion contract, and they didn't get Yoshinobu Yamamoto in a Giants uniform at $300+ million. But they spent money. They spent the second most money of any team. They dipped above the luxury tax threshold for the first time in the Farhan Zaidi era, and the team through 26 games is mediocre. 12-14, in my opinion, disappointing relative to expectations, because I came into this season thinking the Giants can, should, and will be a playoff team. And there's plenty of time for them to turn that around. Don't let a 26-game stretch define your season, especially, I think, over the past week to 10 days, they've played much better baseball. But the issue for this team is they spent $30+ million this offseason, understanding they could be a $60 million commitment to get Blake Snell in the building and to make sure that one spot in the rotation was really good. Blake Snell, 2023 Cy Young Award winner, 2.25 ERA with the San Diego Padres, Could you realistically expect him to replicate those numbers in San Francisco? No. But you thought that you were getting one of the best pitchers in the National League. You thought that you were getting someone who, after the month of April, because he's historically a slow starter, could really be an all-star caliber pitcher for you. One of the best arms, like I said, and someone who could just go out every fifth day and make sure that you wouldn't have to worry. And the Giants are now 5 turns through the rotation, and Blake Snell's turn has come up 5 times, once started by Dalton Jeffries, today started by Ryan Walker because Blake Snell goes on the injured list, and the 3 times that Blake Snell took the ball, they lost all 3 of those games. The Giants have been outscored in stunning fashion in Blake Snell's turn in the rotation. The $30 million that they committed to fixing a hole in their rotation that existed at the beginning and the middle and really near the end of spring training before this deal got done, that hole only looks worse right now. It looks like a money pit right now. I'm not saying that Blake Snell is a money pit. I'm saying that that spot on the roster through 5 turns of the rotation has been wildly unproductive. And in fact, deeply counterproductive for the San Francisco Giants. It is not the way that this season was supposed to unfold. It's not the way that they anticipated the spot behind Logan Webb, who, again, turns in a sensational outing last night. He's been so good. But it's not the way that they expected the pitcher after Logan Webb to hold up. And some of this, I think, can be attributed to the fact that Blake Snell did not sign until mid to late March, and he didn't get spring training, and his offseason wasn't normal, because there was the pressure of potentially getting the $180 to $210 million contract, and then that didn't materialize. And there's the disappointment of having to sign a short-term deal after you just proved yourself winning the Cy Young Award. But man, this is not what anyone expected. And I'm sure Snell feels the disappointment more than anyone. I think that's probably the hard part, is when you get hurt, you feel even worse than going out and getting lit up, because at least some of that is in your control. This, being out 3 to 4 weeks with an adductor strain, this is certainly not what he wanted. I'm sure he was embarrassed and disappointed by his first few outings as a member of the San Francisco Giants, and I bet that this feeling is even worse. But the issue is, the Giants are trying to climb out of this little hole that they built themselves at the beginning of the season. They are at this juncture where every time they creep closer to 500, Blake Snell's turn in the rotation comes up. And it has been a brutal turn. 5 losses, most of them blowouts, just non-competitive baseball being played every 5th day by this team. And now they're staring down the possibility of needing to use an opener, needing to bring up a pitcher from AAA Sacramento to fill a spot, needing to cover innings on other days as well, because you've got 2 kids in the rotation, and Kyle Harrison and Keaton Wynn, who they're going to reach innings limits this year. They're going to have thresholds that they can't cross. You've got Jordan Hicks, who's transitioning from being a bullpen pitcher, a reliever, to a starter. You know that he's going to hit an innings threshold. Alex Cobb is out until at least May 27th. Robbie Ray, we haven't had a status update on him in a while. And the Giants spent all this money this offseason for things right now to not look incredibly hopeful. And that's, again, not to say that they can't turn it around. There's plenty of season left. There are guys on offense who really have not gotten going yet. And unfortunately for the Giants, it's some of the players who they spent big money on. Jorge Soler has been a worse hitter than Mitch Haniger so far. Again, if you gave me the choice this offseason, I would have said you have to go sign Jorge Soler. If you can move off of Mitch Haniger, that's a great move for the Giants. But 26 games into the season, it's not panning out. Blake Snell was the NL Cy Young Award winner. He's 0-3 with an ERA in the 11s, and he's on the injured list. Couldn't have predicted that would happen. Jorge Soler has been a really good hitter with no one on base, and he's been one of the worst hitters in all of baseball with people on the base paths. That's a problem. And so the Giants spent all this money. They finally did what everyone's been asking them to do. I've been calling for this for years, for the Giants to spend money, to get that payroll back up, to go for it, to put themselves in a realistic position to contend. Because as much as they wanted their 22 and 23 rosters to be postseason teams, I didn't think that they had the horses. I didn't think that they had enough talent to really say legitimately to fans that those teams that they built, that they felt really strongly at the end of spring training that they could be a playoff team. This year is different. This year, the Giants spent all that money. They brought in all these high-priced free agents, and they could legitimately say at the end of spring training, when they left Scottsdale to come up to the Bay Area for the exhibition game against the Oakland A's, that they had done what they could to put together a winning ball club on the field. And through 26 games, it just looks and feels a lot like the last two teams that have hovered around 500, been incredibly disappointing, and ultimately not compelling enough. Now, is that starting to change? I think so. But that doesn't change the reality that every fifth day has been brutal. Every fifth day, a spot that you expected would be good, if not great, it has been a dark fifth day for the San Francisco Giants. And over the course of 162 games, that can't work. Because you can't get on a roll. You're not going to win every Logan Webb start. Keaton Winn isn't always going to pitch like he did earlier this week. And Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison, they'll run into their issues as well. So a number of different things need to change. How the Giants address this hole in their rotation, that is what we will discuss on the other side. I'm Kerry Crowley, the show Sports on KNBR. Your thoughts on the San Francisco Giants, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Please do dial us up. We're talking Giants baseball here. What must change, and how do they fill this slot in the rotation? You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Pitch. He hits a high drive deep left field. Going back on the ball and still going back at the wall, looking up. It is gone. Nemo just ran out of room, and Tyler Fitzgerald takes Reed Garrett deep. That seems impossible these days, how good he's been. There's the first run for the Giants. Fitzgerald's got a homer. It's 6-1. That's got to feel good for him.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Well, there weren't too many highlights today out at Oracle Park. Tyler Fitzgerald providing one. Giants got on the board against Reed Garrett and the New York Mets, but it was too little too late. They were already down 6-0 at that time. Sean Manaea had kept the Giants off the board in the early innings despite having traffic on the base pass. And yes, Manaea has been a far more valuable pitcher this year than Blake Snell, who goes on the IL today with the adductor strain. And again, injuries out of a player's control. The Giants had to understand that there was an increased injury factor, risk, whatever you want to call it, when they signed Snell, because he's had injuries throughout the course of his career, and they signed him late. He didn't get a true spring training. They understood that there was some risk involved. I just don't think they anticipated that the risk would show up this early, and that the performances that they've received from Blake Snell when he's been healthy would be as rough as they have been. You'd like to keep the innings pitched above the number of earned runs allowed, and that was not the case before Blake Snell went on the IL. 415-808-KNBR. Your thoughts on the state of the San Francisco Giants. Had a texter a few moments ago discussing the fact that the Giants are, I believe, 29th out of 30th in swinging at pitches in the zone, which I've talked about that several times on this show over the last few weeks. The Giants' approach at the plate leaves a lot to be desired right now. They're taking a lot of pitches over the middle of the plate. They are swinging at far too many pitches outside the strike zone. They're taking a lot of breaking balls that seemingly are flipped right over the middle in 0-0 counts. It's tough. It's really tough to watch this offense on certain days. And I do think that today was one of those days. You know, they try to manufacture base runners in the early innings, but this is just a Giants team that has not shown a propensity to hit for power so far this season. And I really do think they will win games, you know, hitting doubles and knocking guys in, but will they win more than 81 games? That's my question. I think at some point you're going to need to show some more power, and the Giants certainly have not done that enough at home so far this season. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're going to go back out to the phone lines right now and head to our friend Benny in Sunnyvale. Benny in Sunnyvale, you're on Sports Phone. Benny, how's it going this evening?
Oh, it's going good. My thought about the Giants is I think they're just put a little bit too much pressure on themselves, especially the new guys coming in, trying to change the culture, trying to change everything what's going on there that was bad before. And there's pressing hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I think you look at Soler, and especially with runners in scoring position, some of the swings are not the same as the swings that you see him take when there's no one on base. And those have been pretty good. But with runners in scoring position, with runners on base, it does feel like he's got this incredible burden. Matt Chapman, the OPS is still under 700. Jung-Hoo Lee, OPS dipped below 700 today. I totally see that, Benny. The question is, how much time do you give him before you start to question where the team is headed this year?
Hey, it's a long season. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. We had many seasons that we had ups and downs and still made it to the playoffs and made runs. So I just say just get in and we win.
Okay, I get it. I like that. I like that mentality a lot. I appreciate the call. Thank you, Benny. Good stuff. Good stuff. I think, there are so many different teams that the Giants have had through the course of the last 25 years or so that have had rough starts and have still figured it out, have still managed to make the postseason, have still got to a place where they get into the tournament, as Benny just said, and they can win some games. And you look at this pitching staff and you think, okay, Logan Webb, and then you think Jordan Hicks, and you think Keaton Wynn, and those probably weren't the three guys who I would have outlined at the beginning of the season to win you 3 games in the playoffs in an early playoff series. But right now, those are the three that I would take. I mean, Logan Webb, you trust more than anyone. He pitched deep into a ball game, suppressed runs. He's got, a 19-inning scoreless streak going right now. He's been incredibly impressive in that regard. But, I think that there are other players that they can count on. It's just a matter of, can they win enough games to get there? Because this fifth spot in the rotation has been a hole for them, and it's a hole that Blake Snell will not be able to fill for the next month. Let's go out to Joby in Mill Valley. Joby in Mill Valley, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, it's interesting you bring up Blake Snell because that's exactly what I want to speak about. I'm watching him as he comes out very first thing in the season, and knowing that he has no spring training behind him, he signed late, and it just feels like shades of the Melanson signing. Where the guy comes out, wants to impress, overdoes it, deals with a season-long injury, and just doesn't do what he was hired to do. And I'm just concerned that that's what we're looking at with this guy, and it's a $32 million mistake.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the issue is it compounds into a $60 million mistake if it's a lost season for Blake Snell, because his goal is to opt out, and the Giants' goal should be for Blake Snell to opt out because it would mean he had a great season. But Joby, if they're on the hook for $60 million here, and like Melanson, he doesn't turn it around, that's going to go down as a rough contract. There's plenty of time, come back from the IL in late May, but still, the start is eerily similar, and I think that's a great comparison you make.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed, and I'm hoping that he's gonna do the PT he needs to do, and then start throwing on the side more gently, get some, get a few pitches underneath him, and then maybe come June we start to see the Blake Snell that has historically been a late starter and a strong finisher, and maybe this will give him enough rest so that come September he's on fire. And then you got Logan and Snell as a 1-2 with the other three backing it up. That could be something. So, we'll see what happens.
Good stuff. I appreciate the call. Thank you for your thoughts this evening, Joby. 415-808-KNBR is the number if anyone else wants to chime in. 2017 season, Mark Melanson, remember, the Giants just blew every save opportunity it felt like they ever had in 2016. And we all remember the rough finish against the Cubs in the NLDS Game 4. The Giants were set up to go with Johnny Cueto in Game 5, and the ninth inning gets out of control. We don't need to relive that. But we do have to remember that, headed into the offseason, the Giants thought that they could fix their problems by bringing in an established closer. And so they get the 4-year, $62 million deal done for Mark Melanson. He shows up opening day, blows the save, and it just never really got better from there. It never really did. I remember I was on the beat during the 2017 season, and Mark Melanson was diagnosed with an injury, and he's describing the pain that he's feeling in his forearm. And he's gotten some scan, and they'd looked in his forearm, and they'd said, yeah, there's like gray matter in here. It was like an injury that I'd never heard of and never really been described from pitchers, and you just knew at that point it was going to be difficult to recover. And I also credit Melanson for reinventing himself later on in his career after he was traded to the Atlanta Braves. Became a much better pitcher, made an all-star team with the San Diego Padres. The Giants did well to trade that contract. It was one of the first big trades Farhan Zaidi made. They got Tristan Beck back in the deal, but that 2017 season was rough, and you hope that it's not part two here with Blake Snell. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. We got Mo in East Palo Alto. Mo in East Palo Alto, you're on Sports Phone. Mo, how's it going this evening?
It's going well, man. With Snell, it's still early. I wouldn't want to write him off just because, he had a rough start. What I didn't understand as a guy with no spring training, why they chose to start him off, up at the show. Why not have him pitch a few weeks in Sacramento until he's ready to go, I don't know. Is that because of his contract, or I don't know how that works?
Yeah, I don't know the intricate details of it either, but I believe Jordan Montgomery, who signed with the Arizona Diamondbacks, I believe he made at least one, technically a rehab start down at the AAA level, and then he came out and faced Blake Snell and the Giants last week at Oracle Park, and Jordan Montgomery shut the Giants down, and he signed after Blake Snell. So there's got to be a way to think about that. The Giants held a roster spot for Blake Snell for 9 days in the season before he was even able to contribute. Remember, they had Dalton Jeffries pitching in San Diego during that opening series, and that Sunday game got out of hand. And so I do wonder, if they forced the issue too early with him, and that set them up for failure there. So I'll look into that, Mo. I'll try and get an answer for you during our next commercial break.
Yeah, thanks, man. Take care.
Appreciate it. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on the start of the Giants season so far. They fall to 12-14 today. They win the series against the New York Mets after splitting against the Arizona Diamondbacks at home in this 4-game set. Now they've got an off day. You've got more than 48 hours from the end of today's game until they open up their series against the Pittsburgh Pirates, Joey Bart's Pittsburgh Pirates, on Friday evening. You've got to win that series at a minimum, and it would do wonders for them to sweep that series, because you win that series, you're 14-15 on the season. You sweep that series, you're 15-14, you're up above 500, and you're feeling good headed into Boston next week. Let's go to Peter in San Jose. Peter in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. Peter, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Gary, I've never been on that quickly.
Well, we're flying through tonight. We've got everyone on the air. We're keeping them short. So what's on your mind tonight?
Oh, yeah, I was kind of wanting to get your opinion, because I'm trying not to be too pessimistic with the whole Snell thing. And I understand the nature of the opt-out, because I was very excited when I think most people are like, okay, our offseason is done. Like, we're ready to go. It's like he literally won Cy Young last year, so that's why I'm not super concerned about the guy. Yeah. And I do get the Melanson. I did think of the Melanson thing. It's so funny to think back, because they were like a playoff team that was just a closer short of being maybe a World Series team, and that's what we thought. And then they had one of their worst, almost 100 losses that year. It's like everything went wrong. But do you think I guess my question is, like, do you think he's going to come back and at least be decent and be like a good contributor? Because I don't expect him to win Cy Young. Yeah. But I think there's a situation where, like, he pitches, I guess in a weird way, he pitches good enough to contribute, but not good enough to justify opting out of $30 million.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dilemma that he could face at the end of the season here, Peter. And my sense, maybe this is just the optimist in me, and you mentioned that he's coming off this Cy Young Award season. If he gets right, if he gets healthy, and he goes down and makes a rehab start or two, my sense is he will be good. I think that there's so much talent in that arm, and he gets so many swings and misses that he's probably only a tweak or two away from being really good. Now, I wonder if it takes him a few months, because he's a slow starter and he doesn't get good until August or September, if he would consider opting out now, because I think that's the dilemma. Would another team be willing to give him a long-term contract based on 10 good starts? I don't think that that's the case, because he had 25 great starts last year and he didn't get the long-term contract. So I think Blake Snell is going to be in for quite a dilemma if he is good after this.
For me, like, he doesn't even have to be Cy Young Blake Snell for us to have a really good team. I think the hitters aren't going to be bad all year. I think they're definitely going to be better. They have definitely like a better lineup than they have last year. I think Young has been a huge addition, and obviously some of the guys that we've wanted to do good, like Chapman and Soler, haven't been quite there. But I don't think they're all going to have off seasons. So I think the hitters, they're not going to be like world beaters. Not going to be LA. They're not going to be Atlanta. But I think they'll hit enough. And I'm like, I love a rotation. It's so funny that the literal Cy Young is like the one bad spot in the rotation right now. It's a weird world, but it's like, I feel like we have 5 days a week. Today was the weird bullpen thing, which we got accustomed to last year. But I think every day we have a starter that gives us a chance to win. And I'm like, even if he has a 3 ERA, he kind of has to be like Zito was a little bit. Like, just be a decent starter.
Yeah.
I mean,
just get through 5, save the bullpen. No, I totally agree. I understand. Understand your thoughts on that there, Peter. Thank you for the call. And I think that there's a lot of Giants fans out there who share the optimism that, hey, the Cy Young Award winner has been the worst spot in the Giants rotation, and the other guys give you a chance to win. So you figure that will turn around. On the other side, more calls. I see Steve on the line. I see Gary on the line. I see a few other people in line right now to get on our board. I promise you, we will take your calls on the other side, continuing to talk Giants baseball here in the 7 o'clock hour. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here this evening. 8 o'clock hour, we'll get back to our NFL draft conversation, but still want to continue talking Giants baseball tonight. As the Giants lose 8-2 today to the New York Mets. Still win the series, but they're just 12-14 out of the gates. Blake Snell hits the injured list. He's out 3 to 4 weeks with this adductor strain. Not good. Not good at all. Your thoughts? 415-808-KNBR is the number. We go back out to the phone lines. Let's head out to Steve in Albany. Steve in Albany, you're on Sports Phone. Steve, how's it going this evening?
Fine, thanks. Crowley and company, great episode again tonight. Kudos to you guys.
Always appreciate that.
Quick comment, and then what I hope will be, I suspect will be a kind of a unique question.
Okay.
So, comment, Giants, please, when there's nobody out and there's first and second or man up first, early in the game, please advance the runners so that maybe we'll score instead of like today, strand, 4 guys on base, and then the whole momentum of the game turns around. The question is, so Mr. Berg has been kind of in the news lately for making a great bullpen catch when the lights went out. So it got me to thinking, okay, there's at least a couple of bullpen catchers. How many other, I guess what would we call it, support staff besides the 26
uniform personnel?
Yeah, besides the 26-man roster, the coaches, the coaching staff, all the main coaches, and then the manager, how many other people are part of the whole entourage? And how do these guys, like the bullpen coach, where do they come from? Where how do they become what they become? Can you give some insight into how that all works?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'll give some insight into that. Thanks for the call, Steve. I'll give you your answer off air here. The bullpen catchers often take circuitous routes to the major leagues, but most of the ones who I've dealt with have played baseball at a relatively high level, whether it be college, whether it be in the minors somewhere. They have a pretty deep understanding of the game. They've often coached elsewhere. They've been a part of a program, and sometimes they're just invited in by players or by managers who know them. There's so many different routes you can take to being a bullpen catcher, and I just don't think that there's one of those very easy, this is what you have to do to get there paths. But yeah, it's most of them have played relatively high level baseball, although not high minors or ever at the major league level. With that being said, your other question about the support staff, you've got your trainers in the dugout as well, bullpen catchers, but for the most part, it's players and coaches. And so the bullpen catchers have a relatively unique job there. Before the game, you'll see analysts, you'll see front office staffers, you'll see the analytics folks. They will be in the clubhouse, in the dugout, kind of hanging around, offering tips, providing reports, that sort of a thing. But for the most part, the bullpen catchers and the medical staff are the only people who are not players and coaches down on the field with the team. So let's go out to Gary in Daly City. Gary in Daly City, you're on Sports Phone. Gary, how's it going this evening?
Every day's a good day when you wake up. I've been watching the Giants since the 60s, and I told Bill Lasky last week, I caught guys at Bow like Mike Norris and a few other guys and guys in the minors. And I saw Snell play first game, and I said, this guy's got arm problems. Something's wrong with this guy because he had no curveball. You could just sit there and watch a slow fastball. I saw him pitch with Padres and other teams, and Lasky goes, he was noticing it too. And I said, yeah, something's wrong here. Yeah. I was praying he would just make it to the trade deadline so the Yankees or the Red Sox or some team in the American League can give the Giants some prospects. Because now the Giants, are they on hook for this money? If he hangs around, I mean, they could be lose $60-90 million bucks.
Well, it'd be $60 million, and he's only out for a month right now, or 3 weeks, best case scenario it seems like. But there's also a situation where if he comes back and pitches well, he could easily opt out at the end of the year. I think all he'll need to do is have a good second half of the season to want to opt out again and see if he can get a better contract. Now, with that being said, Gary, I agree. He did not look right. He didn't look nearly as explosive coming off the mound. And the adductor injury explains a lot because you're just happy that it's not an arm injury, because if it was, then they'd really be on the hook for a lot because he wouldn't be able to pitch for 12 to 14 more months.
His shoulder, his elbow. Something didn't look right. This was, it's an injury. And it seemed like they bummed rushed him. They gave him they got to, instead of like we saw with Montgomery and other guys, you slow play these guys. But his history too. And Solar, the one thing I want to say is I wish Burrow would look at it. When he played for Kansas City, he had a closed stance. He didn't have an open stance. Now, there's a picture. That's how guys used to teach us two things. You watch stances and you practice bunting to get out of slumps. But he had a closed stance. Now he's open. And you just throw him a curveball. He can't get close to it.
Yeah. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's totally
I do recall.
His stance is adjusted. Take care and have a great night.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for the call. Really good insight from Gary out in Daly City. The closed stance with Jorge Soler. I'm going to have to, our next commercial break, take a look at some YouTube videos from the year when he hit 48 home runs in Kansas City with the Royals. Of course, 36 last year with the Marlins. Just not the start that you want to be off to. This year, he's hit 4, which through 26 games, I don't know what that pace is out to over 162, but it's probably a pretty good pace right now. The issue is he's not driving in runners. When Duck's on the pond, he's not bringing them in. He's got a 228 batting average, a 729 OPS. He's got 6 RBIs this year. And yes, it's only April 24th, but when was the last time the Giants had a player with 100 RBIs? Was it Buster Posey back in 2012 in his MVP season? It may have been. It may be that long of a drought for the Giants to have a player with 100 RBIs. Obviously, the 30 home run drought is what we all talk about. Barry Bonds, the last Giants player with 30 home runs, but there's a 100 RBI drought as well, if I'm not mistaken here. I don't think Wilmer got there last year. I don't think even Brandon Belt got there in 2021, but that's some more research I'll have to do at the next commercial break. So with that, we will take a break here in just a moment. On the other side, take a look with scores around the NBA and around Major League Baseball today. Around 8:15 tonight, Brian Peacock going to join me, talk 49ers football as well. I want to thank all of our callers so far this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Appreciate you dialing us up. Sports Zone KNBR rolls on into the 9 o'clock hour as we're going to talk NFL starting at 8:15 once again with the first round of the NFL Draft coming your way tomorrow evening. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Got a quick segment for you here, folks. Brian Peacock going to stop by and join me shortly after 8:15. Locked On 49ers podcast host will break down tomorrow evening's first round, what the 49ers could do. Will Brandon Ayuk remain with the 49ers? Looking forward to our conversation with Brian. And then end of tonight's show, I'm going to do something a little different. We're going to do a NFL mock draft, top 10 picks, and we'll grade this on Monday evening. We've got a full show on Monday because the 49ers are, well, I should say, the Giants are off on Monday. They've got an off day tomorrow. Then they play the Pittsburgh Pirates for 3. Then they're off on Monday before they spend 3 games at Fenway Park against the Boston Red Sox on an East Coast road trip. They'll also head to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies on that trip. So Giants lost 8-2 earlier today. We're going to take a spin with our out-of-town scoreboard. Let's start in the NBA today, where the Miami Heat pulled off kind of a stunning win over the Boston Celtics tonight, 111-101. The Heat shot the lights out from beyond the arc. Impressive win as Coach Eric Spoelstra gets the Heat even in that series. A Western Conference game taking place right now. It's the 1 seed, the Oklahoma City Thunder, against the number 8 seed, the New Orleans Pelicans. Game early in the third quarter there, so still a long way to go, but it's 72-56 at the moment. The Thunder lead the Pelicans. Let's take a look around Major League Baseball. Obviously, the Giants lose today 8-2. Reed Garrett gets the win. Sean Jelly takes the loss for the Giants in this one. I was relatively surprised that the Giants went to Sean Jelly right after Ryan Walker, who, by the way, got to be one of MLB's appearances, or one of MLB's leaders in appearances, the way that Bob Melvin has leaned on the second-year right-hander so far. But Jelly takes the loss in that one. The Giants unable to score against Sean Manaea in the first 4 2/3 innings. Other scores around Major League Baseball, the St. Louis Cardinals in an ice-cold offense get a win today over the Arizona Diamondbacks 5-1, so the Diamondbacks fall back to 12-14 on the season. It was Kyle Gibson picking up the W for St. Louis and Jordan Montgomery taking the loss for the Diamondbacks. So the D-backs 12-14 now, tied with the Giants for third place in the National League West. The Angels lose today 6-5 at home. The Angels have been on a big losing streak. I believe today might have been their 6th loss in a row. Dean Kramer gets the win for Baltimore. Craig Kimbrell gets the save, his 7th of the season for an Orioles team that's off to a 16-8 start, even though they're not getting much out of top prospect Jackson Holliday since he's made his Major League debut. The Boston Red Sox pick up another win today, 8-0 over the Cleveland Guardians, who fall to 17-7 on the season. The Red Sox have been really good considering all of their big losses so far. Brayan Bello goes on the injured list today, but it feels like every day the Red Sox have placed a key player on the IL. Cincinnati Reds get a 7-4 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. Sir Anthony Dominguez takes the loss out of the Phillies bullpen in that one, but Philadelphia still 15-10. The Reds 14-10. So both teams still well ahead of the Giants in the way too early to look at wildcard standings. Final in Pittsburgh today, where the Brewers beat the Pirates 3-2. Final in D.C. tonight, where the Dodgers improved to 15-11 over the Nationals with a 11-2 win. The Dodgers had 20 hits in that ball game. The Nationals just 3. The Tampa Bay Rays defeated the Detroit Tigers tonight 7-5. Chris Davinsky gets the win. Garrett Clevenger the save for the Rays. Final at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, where the Yankees improved to 17-8. Clark Schmidt gets the victory over the Oakland A's, 7-3 the ball game there. The Atlanta Braves complete a sweep of the Miami Marlins, who fall to 6-20 on the year. A.J. Minter the win for the Braves, final in 10 innings, as that one was a 4-3 ball game. The Chicago Cubs continue their hot start. They pick up a 4-3 victory over the ice-cold Houston Astros, just 7-18 through their first 25 games. Jameson Taillon gets the win for the Cubs. The Astros just out of starting pitchers, just 25 games into the season. Brutal scene for them. The Royals pick up a 3-2 victory over the Toronto Blue Jays today. The Minnesota Twins win at 6-3 over the Chicago White Sox, who the Chicago White Sox are 3-21. My goodness, what a brutal start for them. Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers 5-1 winners over the Seattle Mariners today. Bochy's Rangers get above 500. And then one last final for you tonight. The San Diego Padres 5, the Colorado Rockies 2 out at Coors Field. Matt Waldron, the knuckleballer, got the win for San Diego. Robert Suarez gets the save, and forever Giant Ty Block takes the loss for the Colorado Rockies. So that will do it for our out-of-town scoreboard. On the other side, we're flipping back to the NFL. Brian Peacock will join me talking 49ers football. Brandon Ayuk, what happens 24 hours from now? As the 49ers could be on the clock with pick 31. They could move up. They could move back. Heck, stop the speculation. Let's listen to Brian Peacock, the expert. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation. Dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on Sports Zone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you just a little bit longer till 9 o'clock here this evening. It's a pleasure to be welcomed by our one and only guest tonight, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast, Brian Peacock. Brian, how are you tonight?
Wow, the only guest? I had no idea, man. That's fantastic. I appreciate you thinking of me and inviting me on in this prestigious hour, man. I'm pumped for it. It's not been quite as crazy as the 2021 draft lead up with the 3 first-round picks being traded and ending in a Trey Lance draft selection, but it's been a really interesting ride here, and I'm glad it's almost over.
Yeah, it really has been a roller coaster, especially the last few days, and maybe not in the exciting way that it was entering 2021. And we look back on that and think, how could that have been so exciting with Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, and Mac Jones all in play there? But what are your thoughts on the way that this Brandon Ayuk situation has unfolded? And I'm firmly of the belief that the 49ers are best off keeping Ayuk. I'm sure that you kind of believe that as well. But what do you see happening here?
Yeah, this is a team that's in that Super Bowl window, and this is probably their best opportunity. I think we've known that for a long time, that this 2-year window of the 2023 season and the 2024 season now is the best opportunity the 49ers are probably going to have roster-wise to put together a Super Bowl caliber roster. It doesn't mean they, couldn't have or won't win a Super Bowl before or after, but this is just the best opportunity, and it would be really difficult for me to envision a team paying the 49ers in draft picks what it would take to pry a little piece of that opportunity away in Brandon Ayuk. And so I've maintained all along that this team building process, the thing that makes the most sense is Brandon Ayuk, who's the younger player, who's the better route runner, the better 3-level wide receiver for the 49ers, has such a great rapport with your young quarterback that you're about to pay, which is part of that whole process of possibly changing your Super Bowl window as it goes forward. He's younger than Deebo Samuel. His body will most likely age better than Deebo Samuel. So it's a no-brainer to me that you extend Brandon Ayuk and then have that tandem with Deebo Samuel together at least one more year, and then you explore opportunities with Deebo Samuel next offseason. I've maintained all along that seems like the most logical plan to keep this thing strong now and into the future.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm glad you said it. I feel like we've talked plenty of Ayuk tonight, and I've got so many other questions that I want to ask you about the 49ers in the draft. So let's move off of Ayuk for a moment and think about pick 31. I really believe that if John Lynch said there are 22 guys with first-round grades, it's possible that one of those guys could be available at 31 because there will be such a run on quarterbacks, and the 49ers probably aren't handing those grades out as liberally to quarterbacks. Do you think that the 49ers stay there? Do you anticipate them moving up, moving back? What in your mind is the most likely move here on Thursday night, Brian?
Well, when you consider Brandon Ayuk as part of it and the potential for the 49ers to get a player that they really like, I think it's very likely that there's some sort of trade with the 49ers in round 1, and if not round 1, then in round 2. And you might get one of those 22 prospects to fall to you at pick 31, and that would be a no-brainer. But there's only one guy left. I could see the 49ers using one of those extra 4th-round picks. And remember, the 49ers were drafting 31, and they went up to get Brandon Ayuk at pick 25, and that only cost them a 4th and it was pick 117 and 176 they used to move up. So that wasn't all that expensive for a team that has a lot of late-round picks. And John Lynch had already talked about how, there were so few underclassmen that declared for this draft that maybe there's some extra picks that they don't even think is worth drafting the guy because there might not be a draftable player there. So throwing in some late round selections to try to help them go up a little bit if one of those players slides, I could absolutely see that. Kerry, my favorite strategy for the 49ers, though, is and I think they've set themselves up very well to do this with best player available. And I know everyone wants an offensive tackle for the 49ers, but I think those players are going to go really early. And maybe even prohibitively early for the 49ers to really go up and get one of those blue-chip offensive tackles in this draft, because they might have to get up to the early 20s or even the teens to get one of those players, because according to most of the insiders today, offensive tackle is going to be a hot and heavy position in the first round of this draft. So they're in a position where they don't have to force any needs. They've done work on defensive line and defensive tackle. They've added some corners recently. They could field a team tomorrow if they have to, which tells me they're planning on going best player available, letting the board fall, letting the league tell them in the first 30 or so picks what their plan of attack is going to be after they draft best player available in round one, whether it's, Johnny Newton out of Illinois is one of my favorite pass rushing defensive tackle, or, big defensive end, Darius Robinson out of Missouri, Chop Robinson, if you want the speedy variety, if he's the guy that falls to you, maybe even a center in someone like Jackson Powers Johnson, who I thought was a no-brainer first-round pick, but seems to be falling down draft boards a little bit as we get a little bit closer. If you think there's an all-pro center there, don't force tackle if you can get a difference-making player at another position, and then maybe go upward in round two to go secure one of those other players, maybe at tackle, a Roger Rosengarten or a Kingsley Suamataia, or one of the players they brought in, because when you look at their 30 visits and the players they've really been doing a lot of homework on in this draft process, a lot of guys that are closer to the second-round grades than the first-round grades. So maybe they just didn't want to tip their hands the player that they're actually trying to go trade up and get and have a bunch of visits with some of those first-round options.
Yeah, that's a really intriguing idea about taking a center, because I've been so fixated on one of the tackles potentially sliding, and you make the really good point that it could happen where the tackle run happens really early before 31. The Niners don't want to jump up and get one of those players, and then they don't necessarily feel comfortable with whoever's available on the defensive line. I am of the belief that Darius Robinson would be a great fit, guy out of Missouri who could potentially slide and fill the Eric Armstead role. But let's say all the players you just mentioned are available, Brian. What do you do at 31 if one of those guys, I'm asking you to put on your GM hat, you're John Lynch in this scenario, what do you do if those guys are all available and seemingly ready for the 49ers to take them?
I mean, I kind of default to defensive line, and I like either one of the Robinsons. I tend to want to dream a little bit and dare to dream and swing for the fences. I would probably go with someone like Chop Robinson, who's just got that ridiculous get off that I know Chris Kosarek likes, and maybe he's a little bit undersized, but he plays with such speed, and I think he's going to be a better player statistically in the NFL than he was in college. And to have the opportunity to swing for just a guy that, if he hits his ceiling, would be the most dynamic of that group, I think that's the direction I would go, or maybe entertain the offer of maybe moving down and adding a couple picks. And if there's four guys you like and you can drop down 4 spots, let the league decide, and you pick one of those 4 guys, and then maybe have more ammo to move back up later. But and I really do think there's a strength in the draft in the top 75 or so, which maybe that means that the time to move up would be from that pick 94 in round 3 to get up a little bit there. So I really like the idea of moving up at some point in the first couple of days, maybe more on day 2 than day 1 even.
Yeah, that's very well said. And a lot of guys, you mentioned the top 75, that could be a sweet spot for the 49ers. Talking with Brian Peacock, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast, does a great job breaking down the team. Brian, if we take offensive and defensive lines out of the equation here, what in your mind is the next biggest need for the 49ers?
Even if the 49ers don't trade Brandon Ayuk, I think wide receivers are a really sneaky need for this team, because you have Juwan Jennings, who's also going to be a free agent after this season. I talked about trying to maybe get one more year out of the tandem of Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and then next offseason, then you'd be worried about still Juwan Jennings and then maybe trading away Debo Samuel. And it takes wide receivers a while. We saw Brandon Ayuk himself go through the Kyle Shanahan doghouse and then come out the other side on top. It takes a while for wide receivers in the NFL, specifically in Kyle Shanahan's offense. So if you're trying to get somebody ready to be a starter next year, that probably has to start in the draft this year by getting a guy in, maybe someone who can return some kicks and play the Ray McLeod role for a year and get a handful of catches and not be a huge part of the team, and then someone who's ready to step into a bigger role in 2025.
I really like that, Colin. One of the guys who's been floated out there in a variety of mock drafts for the 49ers who could potentially fill that special teams role as well is Luke McCaffrey. And I'm not going to ask you just specifically about Christian's brother, who I'm sure is on Kyle Shanahan's radar because he does have the affinity for the McCaffrey family. But there's a number of legacy 49ers who could be available in the mid to late rounds of this draft, whether it's Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver out of Rice, whether it's Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's son coming out of USC. We got Frank Gore Jr. in this draft, a running back, and you know that Kyle can't help himself every year, 4th, 5th round. He's got to go get himself a running back. What do you put the odds at that the 49ers do bring in one of these legacy players this year?
I really do like Luke McCaffrey in that very role I just mentioned, someone who could return some kicks. And if he's wired anything like his brother or his dad are, I know Kyle Shanahan's going to love Luke McCaffrey. To be honest with you, Luke McCaffrey kind of plays similarly to that Kyle Shanahan wiry wide receiver out of the University of Texas about 25 years ago or whatever that was. So I could see Luke McCaffrey being the guy that Kyle Shanahan really likes, and he's not going to, take a premium selection, maybe one of those, late 4th-round picks or maybe a 5th-round pick for him, someone who could return some kicks, be someone who gets open the slot. It reminds me a little bit of maybe even Kendrick Bourne for his style of play, and he could be someone that could potentially replace Juwan Jennings, very different stylistically, but someone who could move around, be in the slot, could get open on 3rd downs, make some plays after the catch for you. So he'd probably be the one I would choose as the most likely of the legacy players. But don't sleep on Frank Gore either, because his dad's in the building as well. And you know that they love the human being that Frank Gore is, and Frank Gore Jr. looks so much like him. So if he's anything like his dad, we talked about some of those late-round picks, and he's a player that some people think is maybe, not even going to get drafted, be a 7th-round guy. So look for one of those late picks for maybe Frank Gore Jr. That'd be a pretty fun one, and maybe even let his dad make the call on that.
I would love that. I would love to see Frank Gore Jr., even if it's 7th round, undrafted free agent, just get him in the building, his dad's in the building, and see what happens. You never know with these running backs and the way that they turn out in the pros, because it's just such a different game from college. And we know that Frank Gore had a bit of vision himself. And so, Brian, let's broaden things out a little bit here, because the 49ers certainly aren't the only team that you got your eyes on headed into tomorrow night. Of the quarterbacks beyond Caleb Williams, who do you think has the opportunity to have the best pro career? Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr. Where do you slot these guys?
Oh, that's really difficult, and it's so hard to get into the mind of the quarterbacks. And as we've seen from Brock Purdy, I mean, the quarterback position still played from the neck up in the NFL, and that's the hardest thing to figure out. And if you're utilizing that sort of a philosophy, and it really seems like J.J. McCarthy is winning people over in that regards. He's been a winner all the way back since he's been playing quarterback, and has hardly lost games in college or high school, won national championships. He's a leader. He's big time on 3rd downs when the team needs it. And I think people are sleeping a little bit on J.J. McCarthy's physicality. And he's got some athleticism. He's got a really good arm. He's 220 pounds. He just didn't chuck the ball a lot. He didn't put up Heisman numbers. But I think that's why you're starting to hear a lot of teams really like J.J. McCarthy. And I think some teams probably hope that not everybody else liked him, and they might get him a little bit later, like, say, pick 11. But they might have to move up to pick 4 or 5 to get him instead, right? So, but I mean, there's so much talent with Drake May and Jaden Daniels. They just have to, find the right landing spot, and there's going to have to be a lot of development. There always is for those college quarterbacks moving into the NFL, and I think fit is really good too. For example, I kind of like Jaden Daniels in Washington with the New York Giants, but I kind of like Drake May a little bit more with, say, the New England Patriots, or maybe the Minnesota Vikings. So. Yeah, it kind of depends on landing spot too, as we saw with the 49ers and Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. So I mean, it's just the hardest position to figure out. There's so much going on. It's so important for the environment you're in, and you just never know how these players are going to develop and what's really in there from the neck up, because that's what's important.
Yeah, very well said. Brian, one last one before we let you go here. Cardinals obviously picking at 4. They could trade down, but is there anyone in this draft who you don't want to see in the NFC West? Because Marvin Harrison Jr. comes to mind for me. I just think it would be brutal for the 49ers to have to play against him for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I'm almost kind of rooting for that trade up with the Vikings to go up with the Cardinals, just so the Cardinals aren't in the top 5 anymore, and then maybe they'll botch one of those picks or something like that. But, as scary as it is for the Arizona Cardinals to have like 2 or 3 first-round picks every single year, you could really build a juggernaut. But it's always scary to have that one boogeyman on the other side. And I don't want to see another Larry Fitzgerald over there.
Very well said, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll follow your draft coverage and look forward to tuning into Locked On 49ers later on this week.
I'm pumped. Anytime, Kerry. Thank you, man.
All right, he is Brian Peacock, always does a great job, especially around the draft. I love Brian Peacock in the playoffs, getting the breakdown on the 49ers, and then around the draft, really good insight. You heard him rattle off all those offensive linemen the 49ers could potentially take at 31. He's a Chop Robinson fan on the defensive line. I myself, as I mentioned earlier in the show, more of a Darius Robinson guy, just because he can do that Eric Armstead role. He could play outside like he did at Missouri. He can potentially come in on the interior on third down. 49ers could line up Leonard Floyd on the outside on third down. So there's some positional versatility to that, but we will probably end this speculation, end this debate, at least hopefully we will, on Thursday evening. I hope that the 49ers make this first-round pick. I hope, in fact, that they trade up to make this first-round pick. I think that would be quite entertaining right now. And as Brian mentioned, 49ers certainly in a win-now mentality. And so you've got to do what it takes, and keeping Brandon Ayuk part of that equation. So on the other side, we're going to wrap up tonight's show with my mock for the first 10 picks of this draft. Surprise, surprise, I've got a ton of quarterbacks flying off the board. I've got a ton of trades in my mock of the first 10 picks, and you'll be able to mock my mock on Monday evening when we're back here on Sports Zone KNBR, and I've gotten 8 or 9 of these picks completely wrong. So definitely do not take notes during the next segment, because it's just me, my opinions, and no insider info when we come back. You're listening. Sports Zone KNBR, Kerry Crowley hanging with you here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you just a little bit longer here this evening. Full show tonight as we discuss the Giants lose earlier today, 8-2 to the New York Mets, but they do take the series. Blake Snell goes on the injured list. That's bad news for this team. Comes at I wouldn't say there's any good time for Blake Snell to go on the injured list when he's on a deal where he's making $30 million and the Giants are under pressure to make the postseason. But you look at the days that he has pitched or his turn has come up in the rotation this year, and the Giants have been absolutely crushed. But we've done plenty of Giants talk tonight. We've done plenty of Brandon Ayuk talk, and tomorrow night is really one of my favorite evenings of the year. And I didn't grow up as a draft head. I didn't really grow up as someone who paid super close attention to the NFL draft. But I will say, since getting into sports media, since joining the KNBR team 7-8 years ago, and seeing what takes place at team headquarters across the country, understanding how much hope these new draft picks give to each franchise, I just think it's tremendous, and I am really looking forward to what we see tomorrow evening, whether it be at 49ers headquarters or if the 49ers trade out, probably some of the great storylines around the NFL tomorrow night. So the way that I wanted to close this evening's show is to do my top 10 mock draft and kind of go through what I anticipate to happen based on, watching a number of these guys. I watch a ton of college football each and every fall, each and every Saturday during the fall. I'm glued to the TV. I've seen a few of the guys in person. I saw Caleb Williams in person 2 years ago when I went to an Oklahoma game against Iowa State. I saw Drake May in person this year when I went to a North Carolina game at Clemson. My buddies and I do a college football trip each year, and a number of the other players expected to go in the top 10. J.J. McCarthy of Michigan, saw a bunch of him this year. Probably not a top 10 guy, but Michael Penix Jr. saw him this year, watched a ton of Washington games. And so take this for what it's worth. It's just kind of a fun exercise for you and me as you finish off your drive home this evening or wherever you're headed out on the roads right now. But I'm going to go through and give you my top 10 projected picks for tomorrow. And at the end here, I'll give you my 49ers pick one more time and kind of anticipate what the 49ers might do. We've discussed the different scenarios, but I've got a hunch that one particular move could happen, particularly around the 25, 26, 27 range if the 49ers ultimately decide that they want to move up and expend some of their draft capital that they have later on in this weekend's draft. So the number one pick, no surprise to anyone. We all anticipate Caleb Williams of USC will go to the Chicago Bears. I do think the Bears are taking a bit of a risk moving on from Justin Fields. I still think that there's some development in Fields, but it's clear that that franchise wants a new leader. The Bears have had nothing but awful quarterbacks through the years. It's a franchise that's almost cursed at that position. They're hoping that the most talented player in this year's draft, the dual threat capabilities of Caleb Williams, can change the trajectory of that franchise. Obviously, in the NFC, the 49ers don't want any of these teams having a year where they find this year's CJ Stroud, like the Houston Texans did last year, which of course makes the AFC that much tougher. But Caleb Williams, the odds-on favorite to go to the Bears, I think we all anticipate it. He will be called at number one. And then number two, there seems to be, well, I wouldn't say a consensus right now, but there seems to be most groupthink out there anticipates Jaden Daniels out of LSU going to the Washington Commanders. And that's not to say that the Commanders, with Bob Myers in their headquarters now, former Warriors general manager, wouldn't trade out of number two if they've got the perfect offer on the table if some team blows them away at number two tomorrow night. But I fully anticipate the Commanders to make that pick. I fully expect Jaden Daniels, Heisman Trophy winner, to go to the Washington Commanders, who did something very interesting in bringing in all the draft-eligible quarterbacks at kind of exactly the same time, at least the top 5 or 6 who were expected to go in the first round or early in round 2 as well. They brought them all into headquarters. I think they even sent them out to Topgolf and had them all play together. And so the Commanders ultimately, in my mind, will decide on Jaden Daniels. And I take Jaden Daniels. I saw him at Arizona State a few years ago before he transferred to LSU. I would take him over Drake May, not just from an athleticism standpoint, but also just from a pure arm talent standpoint. I like Jaden Daniels' arm talent better. I think that Drake May is relatively inconsistent, and I do think that Drake May has the potential to be a bust in this year's draft. I do think, as I mentioned earlier tonight, that this year's draft class of quarterbacks actually has a lot of parallels to the 2021 draft class, where Trevor Lawrence went number 1 overall to the Jags. You saw Zach Wilson 2, Trey Lance 3, Justin Fields 10, and Mac Jones also in the top 15 with the New England Patriots. And look how that worked out. This year, you've got just as many quarterback-hungry teams, and I am not convinced that anyone outside of Caleb Williams is truly a franchise-altering player and someone who can become the face of the franchise immediately. Although I do think that Jaden Daniels has the best opportunity outside of anyone named Caleb Williams. So at number 3, the New England Patriots are on the clock here in the Kerry Crowley mock draft right now as we go through the top 10 picks for tomorrow night. And there's been a lot of buzz, a lot of chatter that the New England Patriots could trade out. Gerard Mayo, the new head coach, the successor to Bill Belichick, has made it relatively clear that he wants the New England Patriots to get a quarterback in this year's draft. Robert Kraft and his son kind of calling more shots right now that Bill Belichick has moved on, or has been fired, I should say, and is looking at a lucrative media career where he'll be part of the Manning cast next year, appearing on Pat McAfee's show. Andrew Marchand of The Athletic had a nice breakdown of what Bill Belichick will be up to. But I do think that the Patriots will ultimately make that pick at number 3, and I do think that they are so quarterback-starved after the Mac Jones failure that they will take Drake May, and it wouldn't shock me if 2 to 3 years from now, the Patriots find themselves in exactly this same position. Of course, it's impossible to replace a legend in Tom Brady, but I just don't know that the Patriots are in a good spot right now, and really, outside of Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, I've got a ton of questions about this year's quarterback class, but that's not going to stop me from kind of the first surprise in my mock for you, my mock of the top 10 picks that we're closing out tonight's edition of Sports Phone KNBR with. And the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock at number 4. I don't believe that the Cardinals will ultimately make this pick because I think there are so many teams, the New York Giants, the Minnesota Vikings, the Vegas Raiders, who are eager to get into the top 5 and take a quarterback, that the Cardinals have the ability to slide back in the draft and still get someone who they value. There's been reports out there that they might like LSU wide receiver Malik Nabers over Marvin Harrison Jr. of Ohio State, who has long been anticipated to go to the Cardinals at number 4. But with the quarterback needy, the quarterback hungry teams determined to move up in the draft order, jump up past one another to get their guy, I'm going to pick the New York Giants, ultimately winning out here because they won't have to give up as much as the Minnesota Vikings would to move up in this year's draft. I think the Giants can slide up from 6 to 4, a clean trade with the Arizona Cardinals, and ultimately I believe the New York Giants will draft J.J. McCarthy to be the new face of the franchise, the quarterback out of Michigan. J.J. McCarthy will go off the board, and so here's my mock top 4 right now. 4 quarterbacks: Caleb Williams to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to the Washington Commanders, Drake May to the New England Patriots, and then J.J. McCarthy of the undefeated national champion Michigan Wolverines going to the New York Giants at number 4. Again, would not be shocked if you saw the Minnesota Vikings move up into the top 4 if the Patriots decide to ultimately pass on Drake May. Who knows? The Vikings may be the team that trades into the top 3. Their quarterback coach, Josh McCown, was apparently Drake May's high school coach before he enrolled at North Carolina, so there's the connection there. But I do think that it's just a little bit more difficult for the Vikings to get in the top 5 right now, so that's why I'm projecting Drake May to stay with the Patriots at number 3, the Giants to move up to number 4 to take J.J. McCarthy, and then you have Jim Harbaugh's number 5 pick, the Los Angeles Chargers. And there's, again, been all sorts of rumors, speculation that the Chargers could move on from this pick, ultimately trade back in the draft to add some draft capital because the Chargers were in cap hell this offseason. They have had to let go of 2 of their top receivers, Keenan Allen, of course, no longer with the franchise. And if you're Jim Harbaugh, you kind of want to start from scratch, and maybe picking at number 5 doesn't make a ton of sense. I've seen several mock drafts out there where the Chargers are a team that trades with the Minnesota Vikings. It's where the Cardinals would keep their pick, take either Nabers or Harrison Jr., the wide receiver, to pair with Kyler Murray there, and then the Chargers would be the ones to trade their pick, and then J.J. McCarthy would go to either the Giants or the Vikings, whoever is able to move into that number 5 slot. My personal mock draft, I've got Jim Harbaugh's Chargers keeping this pick because after 4 quarterbacks are off the board, I think that Harbaugh's Chargers could get incredible value by taking Marvin Harrison Jr., the great wide receiver out of Ohio State, at pick number 5, set him up with Justin Herbert, and all of a sudden you've got an explosive offense down there in LA, and that's exactly what Jim Harbaugh would like to see. So let's move on from pick number 5 after Marvin Harrison Jr. off the board, and now we're going to start to see a run on wide receivers. Again, I've got the New York Giants moving up from number 6 to number 4, flipping their picks with the Arizona Cardinals. Of course, the Cardinals would also get some additional compensation here, but I believe that the Cardinals would be willing to move back from 4 to 6 because they can still get their guy, and that is Malik Nabers, the wide receiver out of LSU. Really like Nabers, really like his big playability, but I do think that the Cardinals would be smart to just move back 2 picks because if he really is their guy, and that's what all the insider information out there suggests, that's what all the reporters who are in the know are saying, it makes sense to just slide back, take Malik Nabers, move on, give Kyler Murray the guy who he can throw to deep down the field. He's got some real explosive talent there, Malik Nabers, who of course paired with Jaden Daniels to make an excellent connection for an LSU team that under Brian Kelly, quite frankly, disappointed me this season. I had much higher expectations for LSU in the SEC, but that's neither here nor there. Up next, pick number 7 as I continue my mock of the top 10 as we round out tonight's show. Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and there's a bunch of mocks out there that have the Titans trading back from this position, adding draft capital. You've got a number of quarterback-hungry teams. I read one earlier today on CBSSports.com where the Bears would move up to potentially take Rome Odunze in this spot. The Bears, of course, holding picks number 1 and number 9 this year by virtue of holding the Carolina Panthers pick and how awful the Panthers were last year with Bryce Young, their rookie quarterback. but I am going to suggest that the Titans keep this pick at number 7, in part because they're run by former 49ers front office guy Ran Carthon. He is the general manager in Tennessee right now, and I do think that when you've got former 49ers front office personnel running your front office, you're going to beef up the lines. The 49ers under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have shown a propensity to draft offensive linemen and defensive linemen, and I think that Ran Carthon will use this opportunity to take the guy who I think is the top offensive tackle in a deep offensive tackle draft, and that's Joe Alt out of Notre Dame. With a former 49er in charge there, Ran Carthon, he will go with the best tackle in the class. The Titans ultimately hold on to that pick unless they're wowed by a different offer that enables them to slide back a few spots and still get their tackle of the future. Alt has the ability to play both left tackle and right tackle, and so I like him at pick number 7. Let's move on to pick number 8 because I've got another trade here. I already said that the Giants will move up from 6 to 4. The Cardinals will move back from 4 to 6. At pick number 8, as we've discussed earlier, I think that the Indianapolis Colts are very interested in getting a top wide receiver in this year's draft. It's why the Colts have been rumored to be interested in Brandon Ayuk. That's a potential landing spot if the 49ers do move on from their star wide receiver. I've, of course, made the case throughout tonight's show that they should not. It doesn't make sense, and the 49ers should rebuff offers from the Indianapolis Colts, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and other franchises who might be interested. And if that is the case, if the 49ers do turn down an offer from the Indianapolis Colts to trade for Brandon Ayuk, I think the Colts move up into the top 10. This pick originally held by the Atlanta Falcons, and I believe the Colts will take Washington wide receiver Rome Odunze with this pick. He would be the 3rd wide receiver off the board in the top 8. Once again, you're seeing another offensive player, 8 consecutive to start this draft. I really do think that pick number 8 is where this could get fun because I think that the Bears, sitting at number 9, are eager to get Rome Odunze, pair him with DJ Moore and Caleb Williams, and have that explosive offense for Matt Eberflus in Chicago moving forward. But I do really believe that the Colts will be so wide receiver hungry headed into this draft that they'll go out, they'll jump up past the Bears to pick number 8. The Falcons, really in a good position. They should be drafting defense this year. I think that the Falcons can move back several slots and still get a strong defensive player under new head coach Raheem Morris. That's why I like the Colts to make this pick. And Odunze, who the Bears pined after, I think that he's off the board. And so another trade coming up here at number 9. And again, we'll do this on Monday evening where everyone can sit here and laugh at me, call up 808 KNBR, tell me that I was crazy for having all these trades in my top 10. But I do think that if the Bears get jumped at number 8, they will move back at number 9. They won't take that pick, and instead, I've got another quarterback going here. I think the Las Vegas Raiders jump into the top 10. There's been all sorts of late buzz on the Washington left-hander Michael Penix Jr., who, of course, was in contention for the Heisman Trophy last year, has had a up-and-down college career. Of course, started at Indiana, where he had 4 season-ending injuries, but apparently that's not impacting his draft stock. You saw him throw the ball with Washington last year. It's hard to say anyone in this draft class, including Caleb Williams out of USC, throws a better deep ball than Michael Penix Jr. Just sensational stuff from the left side. I think he's a better left-handed quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa down there in Miami. That's where I'll draw the comparison with the lefty stuff because you just rarely see it in the NFL. I think that Penix throws great deep balls. I think that it would play at Allegiant Stadium where you're not forced to play in the wind in conditions that would be put the quarterback at a disadvantage. And so I think the Vegas Raiders stun a few folks, move into the top 10, and take Michael Penix Jr. to be their quarterback of the future at number 9. The Bears move back a few slots, and then they can recalibrate. Maybe they go defense later on in the first round. And then our final pick here, number 10, to round things out. Right now, I've got Caleb Williams to the Bears at number 1, Jaden Daniels to the Commanders at 2, Drake May to the Patriots at 3, New York Giants trading up to pick 4 to get J.J. McCarthy, 4 straight quarterbacks to start the Kerry Crowley mock draft. Then at number 5, Jim Harbaugh takes the Ohio State guy. Yes, the Michigan man going with the Buckeye, Marvin Marvin Harrison Jr., first wide receiver off the board. Arizona Cardinals at number 6 after trading down take wide receiver Malik Neighbors. At number 7, the Tennessee Titans take offensive tackle Joe Alt out of Notre Dame. At number 8, the Indianapolis Colts trade up into the top 10. They take Rome Odunze, the wide receiver out of Washington. Number 9, you've got the Vegas Raiders trading with the Chicago Bears to get into the top 10, getting their quarterback of the future in Michael Penix Jr. And then at pick number 10, been a lot of speculation about the Jets needing to add in the trenches, needing to add offensive linemen, defensive linemen, but Aaron Rodgers continues to run that franchise, continues to be outspoken about wanting another weapon on offense. With the top 3 wide receivers off the board, I've got the New York Jets drafting Brock Bowers, the potentially generational tight end out of Georgia. Bowers becomes the day one starter. He becomes the safety valve for Aaron Rodgers next year in New Jersey, in the Meadowlands with the New York Jets, and that rounds out my top 10. Yes, a tight end off the board at number 10 before any defensive players are taken. I really think that this is the direction the NFL is heading this year. There are some really good defensive talents. Don't be surprised if Terrion Arnold out of Alabama is off the board early. Don't be surprised if Quinion Mitchell, cornerback out of Toledo, is off the board early. And then the top edge rusher, in my mind, Dallas Turner out of Alabama. You've got Jared Verse, the edge rusher out of Florida State. Those are all players who I think in most other years could go between picks 5 and 10. I just think that this year, with so many teams needing quarterbacks like 2021, you're going to see passers fly off the board early. And 2-3 years from now, when we look back at this draft, it could get really ugly. I do anticipate something akin to 2021 where only 1 or 2 of these guys pan out. Remember, that year it was Trevor Lawrence who panned out. He's become the face of the franchise in Jacksonville. But again, I think when you're picking 1-1 overall and the hype for Trevor Lawrence, you would have liked someone who really had solidified himself as a top 5 to top 10 quarterback in the NFL by this point. But just goes to show you how much teams are willing to gamble to get their quarterback of the future. And it just goes to show you how these trades could shake up the top 10 tomorrow night. So we will revisit this on Monday evening. I promise you, if you're listening right now toward the end of this evening's show, we will recap my mock draft at the end of Monday's show, and I promise I will keep it much, much shorter, and we'll, of course, focus much more on the San Francisco 49ers on Monday evening and what they have done over the weekend. And if you're wondering, if you weren't tuned in earlier, if you're wondering what I anticipate the 49ers will do in this year's draft, there's been a ton of speculation that the 49ers may trade out of the first round. John Lynch the other day said the 49ers have allocated 22 first-round grades to players in this year's draft. They pick at 31. You do the math. It might make more sense for them to trade out of the first round than to pick at 31. They might ultimately be able to add some more value there. I think the 49ers, if it gets to pick 25, 26, or 27, and Darius Robinson, the edge rusher who can also slide into the interior, play defensive tackle out of Missouri, is still on the board, I think the 49ers will trade into the top 30. I think they'll go and get Darius Robinson. I think that he is someone who has the versatility to play as an edge or on the interior as a defensive tackle. He becomes the replacement for Eric Armstead. I really believe that the 49ers are going to go defense, and I say that fully knowing that they could go offensive tackle. It's a very deep offensive tackle class this year. In fact, maybe one of the deepest ever at the offensive tackle position, according to all the NFL draft analysts out there who know this much better than I do. But I do think that with the way that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have prioritized the defensive line, understanding that Eric Armstead, a cornerstone of the franchise, is not returning. He's off to Jacksonville to reunite with Trent Baalke, who I believe was the 49ers general manager at the time that Armstead was drafted. I think they go out, they get his ready-made replacement in Darius Robinson, and they make things fun by giving up some future draft capital to make that happen. So thanks to everyone for joining me here this evening. Thanks to anyone who sat through that mock draft, is tired of mock drafts here on Wednesday, April 24th. I promise you, if you're not interested in the draft, we will correct that come Monday evening and next week. We'll talk plenty of Giants baseball as we did earlier tonight. Blake Snell heads to the injured list with the adductor strain, could be out for the next month or so, an injury he's dealt with several times throughout the course of his career, most recently the 2022 season. You've got a Giants team that is off tomorrow night, and then Friday they open this 3-game set against Joey Bart and the Pittsburgh Pirates, a Pirates team that's playing pretty good baseball right now. So I want to thank everyone who took the time to tune in this evening. I want to thank Brian Peacock for stopping by here on KNBR, Raph for helping produce tonight's show, coordinating everything on the board this evening, and everyone around the KNBR studios who made this so fun. Of course, do not miss tomorrow evening's draft special here on KNBR. You'll have Papa and Lund and Todd Husak, the Stanford color commentator and former Cardinal quarterback, down in Santa Clara at 49ers headquarters, breaking things down during the draft. You'll have Adam Copeland, Marcus Boucher, and John Dickinson over at 21st Amendment Brewery tomorrow evening as well, with live reactions to the first round of the NFL Draft. I cannot wait. Let's get things rolling. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Kerry Crowley saying so long from KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.